Good evening, everyone, and all present will be 5 to 10 minutes and late, and so I'm going to host the meeting and at the beginning. And so first item is a report from staff engineer and solicitor, and so let's start with.
So me,
Yeah, go around.
you have my report, happy to answer any questions.
So you got the data stuck into the software now for the bank reconciliations.
I
That
understand, challenging.
pretty happy with that it's over with?
Yes. Moving forward, it'll be much easier.
So the new one, and it looks like right now the financial situation is much better, right? Because we have more funding, like property tax.
Starting coming in, yeah, starting coming in.
Right?
Yeah, write a big check.
Yeah,
Oh,
In a good way.
yeah.
From the real estate account to transfer to our
Yeah.
general fund. $950,000 checks of money starting to.
But the bulk of our funding comes through the escrow. So that'll come a little bit later.
Yeah, the next month will be the big one.
okay, that sounds great. Any questions? Great. Gary?
Yeah, along with my report, the only thing I, want to say is we finished up our first phase of paving, asphalt paving. The only thing we have to do is, do all the joint sealing in there, and then we'll have those two, plans completed. And other than that, that's all I have.
Sorry. Do we have any information on McAleer? I know the state cannot put up cones. Is that?
Yes, I had an email yesterday, I was talking with, Zach about that too, and he said he had some information too. Basically, I don't, I guess you would talk to somebody.
Yeah, our
I just had the email.
Yeah, our fire chief had also submitted a complaint to them about, that being shut down because it's a major route for us down to 79 from our fire station.
So it's not shut down, is it?
Well, it's,
You just like
yeah,
the lane.
there's a
is-
stop, so it's one lane, right?
Gotcha. Okay. Two different places.
Yeah, and so, we've been submitting complaints to them for years. And so Bill had reached out to them. Somebody called him back today and said that they have a contractor, like under contract, is supposed to start within a month. So hopefully that should be rectified soon.
Okay.
What time did they not?
Yes, PennDOT recommend, yeah. And they said if it's any later, they're gonna come out with, the orange barricades that fill up with water, so that residents can't keep moving cones.
So we put cones away so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
can drive?
Yeah, so they can reopen those two lanes again.
I'm sure there's no good reason to go there.
Last month of doing it on.
Yeah. You stop.
Yes.
That's crazy. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Nice touch.
Yeah.
I actually did have one question. Wexford Run Road, is that us or is that?
That's ours.
Okay. Is that gonna be striped again anytime soon?
I'm trying to get set up with, we have an agility program through PennDOT. And, I've been emailing the guy that's taking care of that, and I still haven't had a response. I'm trying to get that lined up and get, the line striping down on it, because I've had some calls and complaints. The only problem with them is you gotta go by whenever they're ready to do it, when they're able to do it, when they, it's hard to tell. I mean, it could be towards the fall before we get that striped. And I know the bend going down around the bend, I've had complaints because,
Yeah.
striping's gone on it.
Especially when it rains.
But I've been, as I said, I've been trying to get it set up, and it's just, right now I have no answers on.
Sure, as long as it's on.
I have that one and probably two or three other ones I wanna get started.
Sounds good.
Okay, this month we have one zoning hearing board application for, Shelburne Drive. It's a front porch that, wants to encroach in the required front yard. And then planning commission doesn't have any new applications, but they are gonna be reviewing the data center, ordinance and the, solar panel ordinance. Also, they're gonna ratify the recommendation of approval for the solar panels that they reviewed last month. Everything else would be my report. Of course.
From, Grant School Road with subway signs and trying to figure it out.
They're illegal.
Yeah, no, but what are they? I know that, but aren't just like are they temporary, a little temporary, like?
Yeah, they, we pick them up, we notify them. We're, at this point, we're just doing the
Okay,
because they're not. On.
that's not where the subway store is there. right?
Now, they're putting them on the state with the interchange area.
Are you going out to the, onto the subway store, not the property?
Property that's been. I think it would work.
Jim, one of the signs is on the property, we know that. They did get an NOV for that one sign, four signs. Rewrote it on the interstate, one's actually on the premises they're just doing.
Yeah, because I see 2612, which is definitely somebody's house.
So how about the construction of what David, back that was. I know that they are, and what is his name, and the David, and the property that.
Yeah.
Yes. Yogas.
Oh, Yokas, yeah, you have, you should have a report, attached to my
Any
report
detail.
from him as far as what he's been doing, and so he's gained a lot of ground there, there's been a lot of work done there, so. Hopefully he can keep on rolling and get to his, due date for the exterior finish. I think he's gonna make it this.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you.
It looks, if you haven't been by lately, it actually looks really good.
Okay.
The residents requested the right to know if the agreement signed with them. Went in through Max's office and supplied that, so, the residents are keeping track, make sure that we're holding them down.
Fair, after 19 years. Tim, for the data center, the planning commission, the data center overlay. Planning commission's meeting the 16th, right? And then we're meeting the next day. Will we have their recommendations or
Well,
comments?
we'll be able to tell you. They'll be able to tell you what they're,
Yeah, the last week I don't make it, but this meeting is 16. But
they'll be able to tell you what their verdict was.
Okay, do we feel like if they have? There were some comments in the last minutes from the planning commission meeting, but. Do we feel like that gives us some time to want to incorporate anything from their comments?
Try and get through this as reasonably as possible.
I mean, regards to just a data center
So
or
I
something.
take that into consideration.
Yeah.
We gotta take that into consideration and then
Okay. The county also had some comments, yeah. So we probably need to look at that before we go further on.
So the county comments were in there, in our packet. I mean, it was pretty basic. It was make sure you advertise it, update the map. There's some procedural items in there. I'm not sure if you disagree or not, but
Yeah. They're like generic ones.
they were very, it was the
Yeah.
same that like we did for like the rule and the others. So it looked like it was the same.
There's something about the description, no, something about. The rules that apply to the underlying overlay. We need to be clear about that. Thank you. Okay, and then I guess the planning commission, we can wait, the county said something about minimum lot size. Do you know what the minimum lot size would be? Off the top of your head?
I'm not sure that we actually have it because we're putting overlay district. So.
I'll take maybe that
I
offline.
don't remember whether that was in there or not, because I think, with data centers, you would expect to be putting large building on a small lot, and they need a lot of area, from my understanding,
Right.
so they're gonna have to acquire that area as needed, so, the restriction probably should be considered as you can't have a bigger lot then, rather than you can't have a smaller lot. And they still have to comply with setbacks and things, so.
Maybe that's part of what the county was referring to when they were saying, make sure you're clear about, do the overlay requirements apply? The underlying overlay, if that makes sense, requirements apply, or is it?
Well, I don't think it's regular, because the overlay is actually use of zoning districts. So there can, those uses, that use in those zoning districts, you know, under the areas that are not overlaid, specified for that use as far as themselves. So I personally, I don't think it's a big deal to worry about the area where the lots out. We're gonna look at anything. We should.
All right,
That's because nobody's gonna follow many data center. Right? There's not gonna be an issue about the living room.
And in 5 years, it's all gonna be too space.
Absolutely, and that's why we wanted to remediate, we want to make sure that when it's taken down, correctly, and somebody's paying for it, it's just gonna have to be disassembled. It's not gonna be outside, which you don't think it ever goes down.
okay. That's all on that, thank you.
With the planning commission, Andy and I were at that meeting, part of the. I was not able to explain the map to them, so that's one thing that they had a concern with. They just want to make sure it's not, you know, it's defensible, we're not just randomly placing it on a map, distributor and overlay. I think if I mentioned that it's the map that we've come up with, where it's on the western part of. Yeah, eastern part. So they got that better, yeah, exactly. And actually, we probably should update the color for the eastern part of the overlay, so it's not confusing for the. Yes, there's a line, but yeah.
Yeah, there's dotted lines and hash marks.
But yeah, that was like their main thing.
Well, and I think the reason for the areas that were chosen was because there were large lots. And you know, reasonable sized lots in the areas. But I couldn't get that up trust by the commission the previous meeting either, so I mean.
Yeah,
They were
I forgot
smart.
about the lots, like the western, the R1, I'd only mentioned the brown area.
Yeah, but like you said, all of the lots that we incorporated into that area, when I drew the lines and made that recommendation, because they were already. So they can acquire those for those, that purpose. You know, I don't think that we're seeing too restrictive. They still have to, you know, it's zoned for that. There's, somebody still has to create a zoning for it. So,
That's correct. Or, you know. Any more questions for Tim?
Do not think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we doing all, questions right now, or I'm looking at the agenda, and I don't want to speak out of turn.
Yeah. Over.
I would like to bring up Franklin in again. And specifically, I've spoken with the owners again. And, I want a better understanding of the timeline of approvals and when it can come in front of the planning, commission, and when it can come in front of, council, and what the owners can expect, from a timing standpoint. My understanding, I've not talked to them in the last 48 hours, is that they are anticipating their engineers will have everything to present and submit, to the planning commission, if they have not already soon, within the next day or two. How can we expedite this process, so that everybody who is involved knows that, we're doing everything we can to help them get this done as soon as possible.
So you're asking me that?
Whoever.
Well, the application process is they need to submit something. They need to submit that.
Okay,
Which is-
so okay, so I understand then from you that they have not submitted yet. Okay, so if they submit this week. What's the deadline for the planning commission for this month? And can that be expedited? Because I've been told 10 days, I've been told 3 weeks. I've been told 2 different things.
Okay, so planning commission meeting, will be on the 21st of July. Okay, so that application will be due, if they get their application to me on or before July 2nd, they will be on the,
No, I'm talking June.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm not. So the planning commission deadline, for June, that would be the 16th. So if they get the application to me on or before the 28th of May,
Well,
wait, we're past the deadline.
Yeah, we're past the deadline.
We're past the
Okay.
deadline.
The original deadline.
So how can they get it before the planning commission before June 16th?
So they're past the deadline for submission for this month, so we are having a planning commission meeting, that being said. If they submit all their items and engineer and Tim have time to review everything ahead of time, staff, we can try and add them to the agenda, but there's no guarantees because they're beyond our deadline. So worst case, they would be at the July meeting. I think we can be reasonable that if staff has time to do their reviews, but I would recommend they get it submitted as soon as possible, because it does take time to get those reviews done.
Was it 2 weeks or 3 weeks? Prior to the-
Yeah.
20 days, 20 days.
20 days.
Okay, because I was told 3 weeks and I was told 10 days, so.
It's always 20 days.
Well,
20 business days or 20?
20 regular.
so I was told two different incorrect.
Well, you didn't ask me, so.
Well, I asked in the last meeting, so.
What is the, for adding it to the agenda, do they have like this, do you have 48 hours, 24 hours?
Yeah, 24 hours when we post the agenda, but yeah, we hold everyone to the same standard, which is that 20 days, and so that's why we need to require people to provide it ahead of time, but that being said, if we can get the staff reports done in advance of the meeting, so I would urge them to submit it as soon as possible, because engineering takes time, Tim's report takes time, but if they're able to get that together, we can add them to the agenda, because we are already meeting for June, we do have like other items on the agenda.
And then to ratify the voting.
Yes.
Which is,
You know,
they not really vote, like,
Thank you.
And then the challenge with July, if they can't make it quickly, is that meeting is after our meeting. So our meeting is on the 15th, because of the way the calendar sets. Their meeting is until the 21st, so that would come in front of us again till August.
Is there any way of, having a special meeting?
That would be a decision by council.
yeah, so. First, I got a chance to catch up this
Yes.
afternoon. Yeah, it just happened in the past where we've had like the odd schedule of planning commission happening after, and we just happen to have a month like that, July. So let's just pretend they don't make June and they make July, and they are complete 100%, there's no like, no fixes for that, it's 100%. I mean, theoretically, what are the rules in terms of if council wanted to vote on this August instead of waiting 2 more weeks?
if you want to have a special meeting, you'll have to advertise at least 24 hours beforehand. It would be a public meeting where the public could attend. So there's just advertising costs associated, and you just need to make sure you have a quorum. You also have the option to issue your approval and ratify it at your next meeting. So you could issue it, sign the paperwork ahead of time.
Ratified.
But yes, then you would want to make sure that obviously council is all on the same page before.
Okay, all right. You do that.
And if we would have a special planning commission meeting, we need to know what that location is gonna be, because this room may not be available, depending on the day that it will be.
I think they were meeting at council.
Yeah, for council.
But after the
Planning
PC.
commission.
Yeah.
We're also gonna have to make sure that everybody can make it, or that we have one.
Yeah, so,
That's another.
okay, yeah, so July, never happened, hypothetically. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
So there's some options, the better option is getting it from done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just,
thank you.
no, we can't guarantee them that they'll be on the June PC agenda, but I think we can do every effort to try and make that happen. But I just no guarantee,
I mean,
because the only guarantee would be if they submitted before May 28th, which was obviously passed.
Right, so assuming they submit in the next couple days.
I mean, that's a question for, do you think you'd have enough time to review it?
Well, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, there's multiple parties.
There's
involved.
multiple people.
It's so,
We just cannot, I just don't want you to guarantee to the owners that
I'm
will
not gonna
happen.
guarantee anything to them.
Yeah.
I'm asking the borough to make some accommodations to this
Well, I'll make
family.
accommodations to get my report. I can't speak for.
We'll do as council and assistance. We're happy to do as request.
It sounds like we can probably make it work, but just no guarantee is all I'm saying.
I'm not guaranteeing anything.
Okay.
Anything else, Tim?
I do.
Okay,
What is?
yep, go ahead. Last later. Gotta bring it up later, it's fine.
Okay, well, the only thing that I have, and I'm not quite sure if it's planning commission. But we're talking about, this is not planning commission.
All right, good stuff. All right, thanks, Tim. Yeah,
You have my report, festival is at the end of the month, so everything is wrapped up there. Matter of hoping for good weather. Anything else?
I'm sorry, what's the date?
27th, last Saturday.
Is there a plan to do something for the 250th, but something?
We were offered bigger fireworks, things like that, which obviously comes with a lot higher. No, we got lucky in that we are like 2 days ahead of the firework. Like they're not charging fireworks around the 4th this year because of the 250, because more areas are requesting. So we escaped even that. So yes, it is. We could have done a longer one, but yes, it would have been that lot larger cost.
thanks.
You have my report, parks, football, restrooms are still currently closed. Waiting for a credit application from the rider pump company to our side, we're gonna get the tech exempt back to them. It's gonna be, the pump is $4,040. Replace it, but the pump was 26 years old. It's a pump specific to that pit, so there's no shopping around. If you want to replace that pig, you're going into the big time thousand, so. They have a newer upgraded version of that pump, so hopefully that's, speaking with them, you know, the pump rates and everything does fit that application. So, you know, we were concerned about, you know, pipe size and things like that, but it seems like it is one of the conditional things. It's a grinder pump for a restroom. It does great for human, waste, but not so much for everything else people put in the toilet, so. Over time, that's kind of where we've had problems. So, not much we can do with that. The golf side of things, the biggest thing, obviously, we were 2 months out from the scholarship out. So we got to push big on sponsorships. We're looking for the main sponsor still. We do have a lunch sponsor. E.H. Griffith again this year has sponsored the lunch. And then obviously any advertising, and then Chinese baskets. For the silent auction. Obviously, the better baskets we have that we can get donated, the more profit the alley makes. So obviously, next month we'll push also foursomes for golf. We've got to get to that 100 player ideal, if not more. But you know, we had I think 88 last year, so we were close. Be nice to get over that 100 player. Cranberry's happy at that point as well. So. Any other questions?
Where are we at now in terms of number of players registered?
They're coming in. I mean, the want to start at the beginning, well, I guess late May, you know, we start putting those pamphlets out, so we have some coming in.
Usually by next month, we have we're ahead of last year. That usually comes in slow. But I'll know at next month's meeting, how close, how much more we really need. So obviously in the community, pushing foursomes, pushing advertising is key for this event to be successful.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. You do have a copy of our report from the 26th. A bunch to add this month, actually. The biggest change is we are underway, design for the grant project for the Public Works, garage additions, everything here. So that'll be new. We'll provide updates as time progresses, but, other than that, nothing else huge. Usually what's on our report.
Any questions? Okay. Chief?
Hi, you have my report, and I do want to add, I spoke with PennDOT, the other day. So they're going to be starting to bring the beams in, so they're gonna be closing 79 South, on some days and 79 North on some other days. They're gonna push everybody off on the ramp over across 910 and back on. We're gonna do, traffic control, and I have the dates, June 10th, 12th, and 16th for the 79 South, from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. And then 79 North on and off ramps, June 19th and 23rd, and possibly into July, but I don't have dates yet. And again, from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I'm gonna push that out on our social media probably Tuesday next week, because social media, if they read it today, they'll forget about it by next week. So I'll try to make it relevant at the time. And maybe the borough can post it as well. So
Yeah.
try to go down.
Jesus. Thank,
So we get updates every Friday from PennDOT that we posted.
Perfect.
So.
A couple things I
you're
would,
good.
I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
to add, a couple things that Chief and I have talked about. That was one of them. And also, I've had some concerns about, again, stop signs and this is in the neighborhood next to Deerfield. So it's Nicholson, what is it? Nicholson. Fields of Nicholson, thank you. And I understand the chief and others are looking at best ways to put stop signs in. The complaints I have had is that Fields of Nicholson is being ignored and everything is happening in Deerfield Estates. So everyone's gonna like cross through Fields of Nicholson instead of going out of Deerfield. And so putting stop signs in Deerfield is just gonna make motorists go through Fields of Nicholson instead, because there's no stop signs. So I understand that people are looking into this, but if I'm incorrect, I just need to know, because apparently there is a stop sign issue within Fields of Nicholson.
We had an email exchange, at the end of April, beginning of May.
Yeah.
Zach, myself, Gary and Tim, because Deerfield, they had posted stop signs on the main road, which is unlike most plans. Most plans, the main portion of the road cutting through, it has none. The secondary roads have stop signs. Between the email exchange, I think Tim had reached out to the builder because that was not part of the development plan to post those stop signs. And he was, I think, agreeable to take them down. I'm not sure if that has occurred or not. Okay, yeah,
I had
so
a resident ask, call me about why they were up and then certain ones were green.
taking down. So yeah, yeah. And I believe the Fields of Nicholson was hoping to get a stop sign going from Deerfield into Fields of Nicholson. And my only comment was, without an engineering study, without, the proper posting of one, we've kind of run into a scenario what we had in, Settlers Walk. We have a lot of stop signs over there that are completely unenforceable. And that one in particular, we all know that most likely we would receive complaints about, and I don't want to be in a situation where I'm not able to enforce something. So, and I don't know that, stop signs cannot be used for traffic calming. So I'm not sure that that intersection warrants a stop sign, but I'm not the expert when it comes to that. Semi-expert, not expert.
Adrian Drive already has one to the left out there, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Who does determine whether stop signs needed?
Yeah, it has to be, an engineering study has to be done, and they look at different things such as, traffic is one of them, crashes, if there's been any crashes in the area.
Like distance,
Sight distance, yeah,
geometry.
yeah.
So it's not
Bends,
like,
curves, all that, which are none, that's pretty straight.
so not necessarily like speeding.
Speeding alone is not yeah. Yeah.
I do want to ask, like, so sticking at Deerfield, that's like a simple example. So if you're leaving Deerfield and using Fields and Nicholson as a bypass, right? So you're on Adrian Drive, you're gonna make a left on Borough, right?
Yeah.
So it is a four-way intersection, technically, right? Who has the right of way? If you have two vehicles going at the same time. Let's just imagine that they have a fender bender, like, who's at fault?
Is it a four-way stop, or you're talking about if you're going to only put stop signs? Because in Fields and Nicholson would
There are
be,
two sides.
Well, you were gonna go straight for Adrian, I believe they go on the opposite side, one on the Adrian side.
Okay, so there is a stop sign.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's a little bit different then. Okay, that makes sense.
If we can't put a stop sign between Deerfield and Fields of Nicholson, for whatever reason,
We do have,
Can't.
we don't
Well,
have, they're asking for one.
they want four-way stop signs. They approached me about this when I first started, which was, they wanted every stop, right? Not just the main arteries or the secondaries coming in. They want every direction, everywhere to stop, in their plan.
So we just do one instead of all.
Is there
We
one
did,
from
yeah.
Adrian Drive?
Going in the fields.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, because, Gary should have put it in already. Whenever we open that up, we put in that stop sign, comes in, make the left.
so what is it?
What
they're
about
asking
in
for?
between the two, communities?
That is what. we're
That
talking
is.
about, Yeah.
That's the connecting road.
Yeah.
Like this is Fields of Nicholson. Oh, sorry, this is Deerfield down here.
It's
This is
Deerfield.
Fields of Nicholson.
Your field
So
and,
here's Nicholson.
Fields.
This is the intersection that connects them. Apparently
There's
stuff
stuff
down there.
Okay.
So what is it they're on?
I
Or,
guess it's a four-way stop sign.
what they expressed to me when I first started in July of last year was they wanted four-way stop signs and everything to slow everybody down.
Four ways instead of two,
Correct.
instead of two.
Yep.
So you mean the two stop sign on the neighborhood, right?
They want,
There's
No,
no,
Nicholson is-
within the neighborhood.
In the neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
But again, that's dear.
This is Fields of
Fields.
Nicholson.
And then just going back to Deerfield, like, some of the stop signs were removed.
Yeah.
Is that? So, but does every intersection have one stop sign?
the secondary roads, when they meet the main road,
Those are the ones that have it.
will have stop signs. Yeah.
this road straight through, fine, there's stop there,
Yeah.
and stop here, and there's stop there.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I did see it. So,
It's hard to address. Yeah, what they want is four-way stops at every point.
Bridgeport.
Yeah.
Deerfield.
And the field-
And this is.
So then with the
this
extra
is,
way, with,
Why can I not read these things in my head?
Fields and everything.
Fields of Nicholson, yes. Sorry about that. Okay, well, stop signs are not feasible for whatever reason. They're not, the engineering studies don't say it's required. Do we have alternatives? Anybody yield sign where you can't, or do you have to have the same thing for? Oh, that actually would be useful, but
Yeah.
maybe we could think about this down the road, but in the event that we cannot have stop signs, is there something else we can do?
Right, because Ridge Forest has had looked to request for like a forward stop sign, right? And kind of talk about this a little bit, like an engineering study, is that warranted, what can we do to like around this, and, there might be other creative solutions here, like yield time might be one,
Yeah.
another might be flashing through phones fast.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
hear those little portable flashing going too fast or solar power that can be put all over the place.
Some of the buck has a
They
phone.
follow that. They'll slow you
Yeah.
down just because they're there.
right, okay, so, I mean, I think
I would have to check. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm just flagging that might be an issue. I know with stop signs, you have to do the engineering study.
Yeah.
But if they're
For the speed
borough
signs.
roads, you might be able to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can triple check.
And I know we've in the past also told HOAs, and if they're willing to purchase them.
Oh,
Yeah,
If they're willing to purchase stop signs?
no.
A little flashing.
No, the flashing
I
speed
see.
signs.
They're
I was
around
like,
the
wait a minute.
borough. There's HOAs that put them up in their
Yeah,
little
they'll purchase
neighborhoods.
themselves.
Yeah.
You can buy like, cheaper, ones that need to be recharged.
Yeah.
They can be portable and moved around for a couple thousand.
Not say that in anyone who's on my HOA.
But like the ones that we like to use that have like solar, they're significant.
Okay, so what's our next step, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
yeah, because I can give you another example of an email I had, just a day or two ago. And this is along Brand School Road. I mean, believe me. I'm advocating for, speed bumps on Brand School Road that this person needs, okay.
The problem with those is, I don't know if you've been here, we've got over. Everybody's here, that likes the idea of posting speed bumps.
So, I mean, again, I mean, I think this is just an overall general concern that I'm hearing at least, on different roads, different areas of the community is speeding and, what can we do about it? This one is Brand School Road. There apparently was an accident in 2018 where somebody was killed, and I have pictures of the accident, and now they are asking me for, help with speeding on Brand School Road. So, believe me, I'm,
It's been an issue since the dawn of time.
yes, it has.
Yeah.
And, I feel for this person, I do, but I think it's an overall concern that I am at least hearing is, I know people speed, I know that. And I know we can't have a police officer at every intersection 24/7, 350, whatever day a week. But is there anything we can do to help in some locations? I don't know, maybe there's not, those are the issues I'm seeing is speeds and blowing through stop signs and wanting stop signs but I know it's in a lot of ways, but those are the concerns I'm seeing all over
Is this person's pinpoint of this place, is it where that burnt flashing speed limit?
I know, well, it's very close.
It's very close.
It's very close, yes, it is very close to, yes, and I was gonna point that out to them, yes, it is.
This is just out of my own curiosity. I know different states, I'm sure the laws are different from state to state, but I know some have photo enforcement of lights, speed limits and things. I don't know what Pennsylvania thinks. Right? Or is that a touching thing, chief?
You will hear from the community, I'm sure, if you,
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
red light enforcement cameras and those types of things, there are a lot of, issues, yeah,
You have to have a sign that says physically like that. They-
yeah. The costs associated with it and,
Yeah, and I'm not asking for anything as much as I'm just bringing it to the attention of Borough and council that this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing.
This has been going on for many, many years.
Yes,
Just like,
absolutely.
so far,
And you know, the chief knows I'm complaining about possums on my deck. So, you know, get rid of the possums if I need.
You just need more squirrels, so.
I will interject this for what it's worth. So I've been here now 27 years as an officer. I will tell you that from when I started, we had speeding, because we didn't have the volume. I could go over and sit on Branch Road at Rosemary, and within 5 minutes, I'd have someone speeding going 60 miles an hour, and I would chase them down and issue them a ticket. We don't have as much of it anymore, and it's due to volume. I think in a 10-day period, we had 60,000 cars going Branch Road. We have a lot of traffic, a lot heavy amount of traffic. Now you go sit on Branch Road and you can sit there for half an hour to an hour during rush hour, we'll call it. No one's speeding because no one's able to, because there's just so much traffic. Cars appear fast sometimes, but they're not always going fast. So, and I'm not saying that people aren't speeding, and I'm not saying after hours, whenever it's, 11 o'clock at night or 2 o'clock in the morning, someone's not speeding. But I will say Branchville Road is one of our more heavily checked, verified, sit on traffic posts. We have Branchville Road, Wexford Run, Reachburn Road, Wexford Road, I mentioned, Cole Road, Amar Heights Road. All of our major arteries in and out of the borough are heavily traveled, and they're heavily verified, checked, and sat on by the officers. I mean, you read the report, we do 130 traffic posts a month at various locations in the borough. But I understand you have a community where you used to have a dead end street, and now it's open to a lot more traffic. I would love to have a cul-de-sac and never have to worry about anyone driving in front of my house. But realistically, that road was always intended to meet another plan. You're going to have volume of traffic now that you didn't have before.
Right. And again, I am bringing this to attention, these are
Yeah,
these are
absolutely.
the complaints I
Yeah.
hear. I'm not saying that there's anything really to do about it,
Yeah.
but this is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Chris, you go.
Maybe.
Yeah, I actually do have a concern to bring up, you probably, so I talked about it earlier. So I appreciate the information on the northbound, southbound, the beam stuff.
Yeah.
That's helpful. I know residents really appreciate it, they don't like it, but we'll be happy to know, that given a heads up. But right now, kind of noticing, and others have noticed as well, so, where you are, Nicholson Road, making a right turn to go 910 eastbound. Historically, it's been a yield sign, right? Right, so, that's been taken over by, there is a stop sign that's held up by Sandax, a portable one, right?
Yeah.
And of course, it is an immediate merge, it's not like where you have 2 lanes, or, 3 lanes, or whatever it is. So what's happening is the majority of people are flowing through it. This is what I'm noticing at various times. Of course, at like 4 or 5 o'clock rush hour, you can't blow through it, volume.
Sure.
But in general, like other times, people are blowing through it. Part of it is they're unaware of this stop sign.
Sure.
It is sitting like 10 feet to the right of the lane on the sidewalk. I'm not sure what jurisdiction we have. Is there any way we can get that stop sign moved over to the shoulder? And there are other places on 910, like 50 feet up the road, where they have signage, portable signs in the actual shoulder. That might actually mitigate some of this.
Yeah, that was done by PennDOT. The borough had nothing to do with that. We've had nothing to do with that. It magically appeared one day. In fact, I may have, self-reporting, I may have actually blown that stop sign, not realizing, because for how many years of my career, that's been a yield sign going up there.
Exactly.
But now that they have that because of that choking point. So I don't know whether or not, obviously it's temporary. I don't know when that's going to open back up to the multi-lane. But we can address it and talk to PennDOT and see if they can either move it to a more appropriate area so people are more aware, or find out what their goal is there.
Yeah, I mean, even just moving it 5 feet left, it's still in the shoulder,
Yeah.
but the driver would more likely see it.
Yeah, maybe it was there at one point and a motorist got out and moved it, like the cones on that. So, yeah. But yeah, we can try talking to PennDOT about that, but yeah, we've not been consulted on any of that. That is all done.
Okay,
So you did the same part of the 79 section, stop sign, the project.
That's all part of the same project, yeah.
they temporarily made lines. Cause if you actually go on the bridge, it curves and it curves by, don't know why they're doing that, but. This is really interesting. Yeah.
Having said that, I'll say publicly, I want to thank most motorists. The complaints have been very, very minimum. Everyone's been very understanding about the project. And I think that's because everyone knows the ultimate goal and they're waiting for the completion of that. So I do thank, everyone for their patience and understanding.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright. Your, yes,
Jason is here, just so you know when I.
oh, yes.
You wanna read for that?
Your-
It will just, when's our first, student start?
7:15.
Do you wanna do them first, then Grant?
I just want to give you notice.
Okay, yeah, we can take that, we can pivot over to that, it's fine.
One question for Andy real quick. Do you know, or do you have any guesses why there've been such an uptick in NOV?
Ice weather, everybody went out, working in their yard or seeing something they don't like. It comes like this every spring, we get.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and eventually we'll get, actually the HOAs will start calling in and complaining to us about people in neighborhoods, and in my personal opinion, I mean, most of the HOAs have a more stringent mowing requirement than we have. But they don't enforce it on their own. I guess they don't want to spend the money for the effort to take up to the magistrate, which they could. Instead, they wait till it gets to our standards, and then we take them. In my opinion, we should be taking the HOAs. We shouldn't be taking the residents. I don't know if we can do that.
All right, thank you.
One other thing real quick, maybe this is not 100% related, but it's kind of in that same vein, a little bit, I think she's negative in what caused the issue or what you really know there. A month or two ago where we had the fire. It seems like there's a lot of open burning going on. Go up in my neighborhood and like, literally take one breath and get choked out and close to you see the flames. And what's our stance on burning? I mean, I'm not talking about fire. If you missed behind the red, so there's 3 other.
Open burning.
Yeah,
have to have a
complain.
permit.
Okay.
If you purchase a fire ring or a fire pit in a store, you can use it like you would a charcoal grill or anything else. You have to keep it away from the property line, keep it away from the house, and so on and so forth. Flames are restricted by Allegheny County. They're not greater than 24 inches higher than the top of the wood.
Okay.
Okay, and not larger than 36 inches in diameter, on your ring, so on and so forth. So that's, you have to, apply for the permit online to get an open burn permit. It's an annual permit. It runs from, what was it, Tim, April 1st through March 31st. And we did it that way because a lot of people like to have New Year's Eve bonfires. And we don't want to have our staff out on ice and snow trying to do inspections of fire pits in January. So we offset that, and try to miss that. So it is regulated. Allegheny County regulates it. We follow Allegheny County's regulations. And if you purchased a third-party fire pit, you can do it. Other than that, you do have to have a permit.
Positioning myself for questions that may come up to me.
We actually have a flow chart if we get the chance downstairs, and it might be one here that asks, do I need a permit? And it takes you through the way, when you get permits, when you don't. And it talks about even when you have to go to the county to get a permit from there for agricultural or invasive diseases and so on.
Okay.
So we do have a 11x17 poster as a flow chart.
Okay. I appreciate that.
We should advertise that.
I hope that might help people.
Yeah.
I think it's on the website too. I have to check with Dawn. I think it's actually a PDF on the website as well.
That's,
I'm guessing not 100% of the people that burn like that go through the proper channels. That's just my gut.
Cool.
Okay, so we're gonna pivot our agenda real quick. Jason Staley is here, started out. Maybe give us an update on our pensions.
Yeah, so it's been, since we got together, I think it was in February, a lot's happened. We have conflict in Iran. Interest rates are, at least on intermediate term bonds are, the yields are up. But I think the one thing that no one had on their bingo card was, I believe it's the 15th best rally in the S&P 500 since 1950. You had 9 consecutive weeks of positive returns, which I think illustrates 2 things that we've talked about here the last couple of times that we've gotten together. One, the amount of capital expenditures that AI companies are putting into the economy are really pushing GDP higher, and it is covering up for more and more of our fellow Americans feeling pinched when it comes to meeting ends meet. And it's you can't confuse the market with our everyday lives. But the one thing moving this forward is it's not like you've got 60 or 70% of the US consumers, what we'll call kind of positively contributing to GDP. And by that, I mean spending their excess savings, still being able to make investments. I don't want it to be a negative. That's just that you want as much of the population contributing positively to economic growth, and that is not happening. I think the sheer size and scale of what's coming online from the AI spending has been the one thing that has been really moving this market. Now, if you were in this room in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, we were talking about 7 companies. And then I would go on for, a couple minutes about why valuations look really good outside of the US and you can't just have exposure to these 7 companies. What's moving the market now is this like second layer of AI beneficiaries, AI developers, right? These, I'll call them I call them the tier 2. They're the second order kind of winners, and those are the Microns of the world, Intel, AMD here domestically. But when you look in your packets, the returns that I sent you through May 26th, which have gotten better, the police plan is now well over $11 million. The general employees is almost at, I think it's like at 5.5%, maybe even closer to 6. What's really been moving in is emerging markets, and they have a lot of these kind of what I'll call kind of tier 2 companies that in the initial upswing of this AI capital expenditures, they really started to move. So think of like Samsung Electronics. It always kind of been playing second fiddle to, NVIDIA, and then you had ARM, which is ARM, which is a SoftBank, so big conglomerate backed chip manufacturer. They're doing well. SK Hynix, which is another South Korean company that a lot of people haven't heard of. It was kind of one of the less sexy names in the chip space because it made kind of like not generic memory, but it wasn't like these Blackwell chips that NVIDIA would produce that are really powering the AI models. And now as these AI models get more and more sophisticated, there's more and more need for memory. And the need for memory has really moved Micron's stock price. It's moved Samsung stock price, it's moved SK Hynix stock price. And so when you look at through yesterday, the best performing asset class for both the Borough general employees and the police pension plan was emerging market stocks. And I put it in the executive summary. Been doing this for almost 25 years. And when you thought about emerging markets, it was always about China. For the first time in 25 years, China is not the largest country by market cap in the emerging markets. It's Taiwan, and then it's South Korea, and then it's China. To give you an idea of the paradigm shift and the big movement up in markets. And so I think when we're looking at returns, from our perspective, we think it's good that the markets move beyond 7 names. You worry, there are valuation worries. When you see a stock up 2,000%, in 52 weeks. Those tend to be things that happen when there's a lot of market exuberance, but overall, as we've looked at, not just these large technology companies, but the small and medium-sized publicly traded businesses, and I'll just use, we're home to a couple of these banks, like the FNBs of the world. They service, small to medium-sized businesses and communities like ours. You're seeing very good earnings across those sectors. And it's not just large cap. Mid cap and small cap are outperforming large cap. International stocks are outperforming US large cap. And I think from our perspective, that's really healthy. So that's the good part of what's going on in the portfolio. I think the other side to the portfolio is the fixed income, which we've always had. There's the general employees plan, they can take lump sum. And so we always have to be ready to fund that, right? The police plan doesn't have that provision in it, so we can be a little bit more aggressive. We can own a little bit less fixed income. But what you're seeing in the fixed income market, which tends to worry more about what is the health of the consumer? Are we, I think we're now 38 trillion, we might be $39 trillion in debt. We have a lot of instability in the world. It's not just the conflict in Iran and whether the strait's going to open up and if we're going to have, we're going to get through the entire driving season with a 6 handle on diesel. It's what are these longer term implications for how do we refinance our debt? We're getting closer and closer to spending, more money on interest payments, and that's got to be funded from somewhere. And those payments, due to the sheer size of our national debt, you can cut all of the discretionary spending you want, and we consider discretionary spending to be things that are not like, not Social Security, not Medicare, not Medicaid. You could cut defense spending, and you're not going to be able to make it work. So I think that there's the bond market to me is the part of the capital markets that I'm most worried about, because they tend to be in front of the equity markets in terms of fear. And we are seeing in treasury auctions, less people are showing up. That's the reason why we're having to pay higher yields, and why you look at our fixed income performance in the general employees of the police plan. And I've been fortunate enough to be managing this money for the last 9 years. We've never had yields as good as the ones that we're getting now, but our performance has not been. It's very modest because of, if you think of bonds like a seesaw, as prices go up, yields go down. Well, the inverse is also true, and we've had yields really moving up post the conflict in Iran starting off. So got really good news in the equity markets. I think the fixed income markets give us some pause in terms of where we are. And I think the way that you continue to get allocated and capture as much of these up markets as you can is that you're ruthlessly disciplined in how you rebalance your portfolio. And so we put money to work when markets sold off in early February. It's accrued to our benefit. And then at the end of the year, when we typically do our rebalancing, we're going to take everything back to target. We are worried about valuations, but we certainly want to bank as many gains as we can. So it's the high level executive summary. I hope there's some questions, but overall, really pleased with where we are.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Any questions? Still got to the floor. All at once. Yep. Okay. Full versus Jason. So, wanted to ask, so I was reviewing the plans, the allocation. I know you mentioned that the police plan, you don't have the lump sum provision, but the employee do. So is that the reason why there's 15 to 17% allocation for fixed income? And is there a way to get around that? Like, how can you look at an equity fund to cover that?
So we had the first big trial. I think it was in 2022. Because when markets were down, I mean, it was the first, and it was someone that had been here quite a bit of time. So it was like, I mean, it was a significant chunk, and we were able to fund it through bonds because the stocks were down. And then as the markets healed, we got that allocation back into balance. That is the reason for the, for the difference. And during times of like 2022, we'll run them tighter because there's a lot more volatility. We don't, we're trying to protect the police plan from, from the volatility. And then we put that money to work in equity markets faster when we start to see markets really start to recover. So in 2022, we ran both plans pretty much the same. And then we got more aggressive with the police plan in starting in 2023.
So the first half of the year is performed pretty well. During risk for the second half, have you had years in the past where the second half trail off or drag, big election year, where that has run-ups keep going?
So election years are very interesting because you kind of have to look at them in the terms of is the president is this his first term or his second term? First term presidential midterm elections are a bloodbath for that party and are not particularly very good for markets. Second term presidential midterms, which is what this is, tend to be much better. The markets tend to be much better. But I think the reality of where the map is, at least from what our analysis, and when we talk to our Shutdowns has consultants in the Washington DC and the lobbyist community, is that like even if it flips, if the House and the Senate flip to the Democrats, it's not going to be, it won't be in a manner that's going to create a significant, like a significant majority where there's a lot that can get pushed through. And if it does flip, markets love gridlock because they really don't think that anyone in Washington does a good job. And they're very happy when it just is like this mushy middle. And the only thing that gets passed are like spending bills. Like that's like what the market wants. If the market could have gridlock, that's the like the steady state where things are really good. I think the one thing that is from a market perspective is Chairman Kevin Warsh, who's the new Fed chairman, is dramatically different than a lot of these past Fed chairs. And he's even different. I met him about 10 years ago at a conference. A lot of his views have changed dramatically since then. We don't really know what we're gonna get. It sounds like he's gonna suspend forward guidance on interest rates, which is something that none of his predecessors, Republican or Democrat, have ever done. So there's probably gonna be a little bit more volatility from the Fed just because we're gonna know a little bit less. But certainly, this setup has historically been a little bit better than like say, 2018 is a really great example of markets were actually really good. And then in the fourth quarter, there was a really significant change in Congress. And then the Fed started to raise interest rates and like things were off 20%. And it was a really quick turnaround. So that would be the one, if you get some surprises out of this new Fed, you could get that kind of October surprise. But I don't know that that's anyone's base case, but it's certainly out there.
So large caps perform well. Does it make sense to allocate more large cap over mid and small? Sounds like mid and small and very like looking at the documents.
So I mean, I think that they've been small and mid caps have been, I think, strong performers and strong diversifiers for us. We have a lot of large cap. We've pared it back over the last couple of years. I think that when you think about AI and what it can do, a lot of these small and medium-sized businesses are actually going to be beneficiaries of the advances. Much more different than the question that we're asking, investment professionals are asking the Microsofts and the Oracles of the world, which is like, you're going to spend $100 billion a quarter for the next 3 or 4 years. How are you going to make any money on that? That's the big question that the large cap companies have to allocate to. And that's before we talk about the 3 AI companies that are going public in the third and the fourth quarter. So I don't know what you want to call it. It's either SpaceX or XAI. He combined the two. Anthropic, which is Google and Amazon backed. They do Claude, so if anybody uses Claude, that's Anthropic. And then OpenAI will be the last one, which is Sam Altman's venture. we have a lot of concerns about the valuations in large caps. We're really happy to earn double-digit returns in small and mid-cap stocks as a nice hedge against what we feel are like are a little bit more of an exuberance in those markets.
Fair final last question, since, yeah, the portfolios have funds, they're not individual stocks. Is there any concern for institutionals like yourself on SpaceX being indexed on 15 days or?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm like a really big, the sum of two teachers, so like a rule follower. I think anytime you make special exceptions and carve outs for companies or constituencies, that's a very slippery slope that we go under. I think SpaceX, you know, it's a wonderful company. Like the promise of it is crazy, but they did like $25 billion in revenue and they lost something like $20 billion. And it's going to go public at a $1.8 trillion market cap. We've never seen anything like it. Google and Amazon both went public at less than $1 billion market caps. And what I think the big concern that I have is if you looked at all the big IPOs, I'll actually send this to the group. I put this together today for a client. Look at all these major IPOs, Facebook, Alibaba, Palantir, Twilio, Zoom, Uber, Lyft, like all the big ones that you can remember over the last 10 years. The average performance over the first 12 months was, they were declined by 50%. Less than a third of them actually delivered positive rates of return in their first full year. I mean, I think a very good example is like when you see someone go from the college athletics to professional athletics, and it doesn't happen, it doesn't click for them right away. It takes them a while to get acclimated because there are people like me that ask a lot different questions than the venture capital buddies that are around the table that want to get in the next round. There are going to be serious questions asked of these companies, not the least of which is when they plan on turning a profit. And, you know, saying that you're going to put data centers in space sounds great. And when you look at the science behind it, it actually makes a lot of sense. And that'll get baked into a valuation in the private markets. But in the public markets, they're going to ask, okay, well, when are you going to make money? When can it be done? And I think as these get into our indexes, you have to be very careful about how much you own them, because if they go in and there's a chart in the capital markets deck, it talks about, markets are never stagnant. And you as a young person, I'm sure if you know about Kodak as a company, they did the Polaroid things. That was one of the 10 biggest companies in 1985. It's like a relic that exists on an intellectual property. Royal Dutch and Shell, now it's Royal Dutch Shell, they're a combined company. They were separate companies, two of the biggest 10 in the world. These things move very, very quickly. And if you look at that market, that slide on the markets are stagnant. I mean, if those three companies all go public at $1 trillion market cap, they'll be 3 of the 10 most valuable companies in the world. And we will own them in our portfolios. And that's part of the reason that I like where the portfolios are at, because I think that those companies, although they exhibit an incredible amount of promise, they scare the heck out of them from a valuation perspective.
Any other questions? Okay. No.
Last thing, we're going to be sponsoring the golf outing. You'll be getting a check from us next week.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You want to stop me? Yeah, I meant we got one sheet and then I was out for a week and you said we missed it, but we will be sending that in. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Real quick before we start the interviews, just to let you know, while we were sitting here, I got an email from Vinay, the third candidate. So he's not able to make it, and he'll consider applying next year, which I'm confused because of this thing.
Okay.
So, and second of all, Muriel had a family emergency, so she's going to join us on Zoom.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
I'm sorry, who did she say was not able to attend?
Vinay?
Muriel's.
The guys, anything else, or any of the directors?
Really very.
I don't believe so.
So, we can,
Yeah, I mean, that's why we started early, was so that they have to wait until 9:30.
yeah, good point.
You don't need to really, guys, thank you. I'm not leaving, but I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. How's it going?
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
First, one thing I would add about that fire on West Virginia, that was caused by that transmission power stop.
Oh, okay.
We've had about 5 fires in there for all that bad, and how was that fire coming?
Okay. Yeah. I forgot that.
That's from the, right from the Harmony Road, very back. So we can-
Okay, should we start? You guys, should we start? First candidates here?
Before we start, and Sophia is my daughter,
Okay,
so
yep, so.
she is the fifth one, right? And so I'm going to.
And direct examination?
Yeah.
We'll excuse you. Yeah, we'll start with our first candidate. Just ask whatever it is.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I just got 3 days real quick. I'll make it simple. All right, welcome. You're Ellen. Yep. And your name is?
I'm Anika.
Anika. Okay. Awesome. So, not sure if you know everyone, but, why don't we just go around and introduce ourselves? I'm Huey, Council Ward 1, Council President.
Zach Collison, the borough manager. Curtis Neal, council, Ward 3.
John Lee Council.
Hi, I'm Kristen Becker, Mayor.
I'm Borough, I'm Ward 2.
Ron Malcolm, Ward 3.
Awesome. Well, welcome. Thank you for applying for the junior council first position for next year. So why don't you start off by yourself and about yourself?
So my name's Anika and I am a rising senior at North Allegheny High School. I think a lot of things that I'm really interested in is I'm an athlete for my school, so I play tennis, but I dedicate a lot of my time and service to environmental sustainability here in Franklin Park in our community. So I've hosted a couple events here in Franklin Park at our local neighborhoods. I've also partnered with a couple boroughs. So that's really what I'm looking to get from this position. I really want to play an active role in helping our environment here in the
Cool. Tell me about the environmental things that you're involved in.
Yes. So I actually co-host an organization with Shawnee over there. And a lot of what we do is partnering with our local boroughs. So recently ones that we've done is Bradford Woods, but we've also worked with some companies in areas. We work with Alcosan, which is a wastewater treatment plant downtown. And our goal is to educate the youth because change usually starts with the youth. And when it comes to the environment, the youth is the community that's going to live in this place for generations. So it's up to us to make that active role. So a lot of what we do is working with teens, working with young kids, educating them, but also making a hands-on change. So like I mentioned, we actually hosted cleanup at Hartman Farms, which is a neighborhood very close to here. And we got a group of 60 volunteers and we were able to collect, I think, almost 60 full trash bags of trash. So a lot of what we do is going out into the community, working with other boroughs, working with other companies to help use their platform and use our education and our passion for working with the youth and educating to make that real change. And another thing that we have recently come to this year is, again, with Shawnee, I have been co-hosting a radio show at the Youth Media Center, which is a platform downtown for teens to come on and kind of express themselves in whatever they are most passionate about. So for me, that is environmental sustainability. So I come on every week, it's a live show, and either talking about different sustainable practices that people can make in their day-to-day lives, but also inviting other companies, other organizations to come on and talk a little bit about what they do. So not only building our platform, but actually being able to work with the community and say, here are ways that you can get involved and here are the changes that we think can be made.
How does one listen to that radio show?
Yeah, so if you go to slbradio.org, every Tuesday at 4 p.m., you will see like a little link that says H2O, and it will say hosted by Anika Reddy and Ashani Aldabelli, and you can play it right there on the website.
It's live.
Yes,
Okay.
tell me a little bit about Engine. Is that how you?
Yes.
Yeah. That
So-
sounds like an interesting program.
Yeah, I've actually been volunteering there for almost 4 years now. So it's actually an organization that's hosted in California, and it's to connect English speakers in the US with kids in Ukraine. They do have an adult program, but I mostly work with kids. So I have students that are ages 8 to 10, and it's about meeting with them every week and trying to improve their English in a way that's not a classroom setting. Because we go to school every day, and it can be a very tedious process to just sit there and be lectured. So it's about building a relationship, building a conversation, and helping them be able to hold a conversation better and develop their English in a way that's not just reading from a book, doing homework, doing a packet.
And how did you get involved in that?
I actually had a cousin who was working there and kind of just reached out to me and said, hey, I think this would be an opportunity that you really love because I love to work with little kids. I also coach tennis with little kids, so that's something that I'm very involved in our community. So it's something that I applied to, and I've just been doing it ever since.
Is that a online program?
Yes, it is. So I usually meet with like Zoom or Google Meet, and you kind of just set up a time with whoever you're buddied up with. And the goal is to meet at least once a week for an hour. So whatever platform usually works best for the volunteer and then whoever you're working with.
Any other questions?
You know about the commitment for the time?
And yeah, and they,
Okay.
when we meet, clear commitment, et cetera, you,
I would appreciate clarification on that, but I do believe it's Wednesdays.
yeah, so we meet, the first Wednesday and third Wednesday of every month, or meeting, basically, so not to reach up the time just afterwards, but, this is the first Wednesday, so it is a working session, so it's a little bit longer than our typical meetings. We start at 7, usually, go until, 10. Not, usually not that way. And then our regular meetings, we're going to voting meeting, that is 7 PM we start, that's third Wednesday, goes for an hour, that's a meeting, probably prep. And 8 o'clock, so we start the public meeting, where we vote on usual administrative things, ordinances. Yeah, as a high school student, we understand its obligations, but, yeah, and I don't think there's this kind of policy every day, so, right?
No.
So,
No, we
But-
just asked if you can't attend. if you
exactly,
like
just let
to.
us know. Yeah, so what are you hoping to get out of being a junior council person? Like,
Well,
have a goal in mind?
yeah, so my big goal is, like I mentioned, I do a lot of hands-on things when it comes to environmental sustainability. So having this position is an amazing platform to be able to collaborate with other boroughs and actually have an active voice in the things that are happening in our community, because you hear a lot about environmental sustainability, you hear a lot about the damages to our environment, but hearing about it is very different than going out and doing something about it. So my goal with this is not only just to advocate for what I believe in, but hopefully build a platform for other youths, other teams to say, hey, this is something that's really important and I would actually love to get involved.
Any questions, anyone? Do you have any questions for us?
I don't, I think I know you.
Okay. Yeah, well, if no other questions, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for your time.
Yep. Okay. Shoot, yeah. All right, great.
Good.
Yeah, good. Welcome, good, council. You probably don't know everyone, so why don't we just go around?
Yeah, Zach Fowles, Borough Manager.
Already?
I know you.
Curtis Neal, Council, Ward 3.
Joe, council.
Person with that gun there.
Laura Chappell, Ward 2.
From Malcolm, Ward 3.
Cool, so welcome. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in applying for the position?
So as a person, I'm interested in business and finance, and I've always been a person who likes to help out in anything I can. Starting from high school, I realized there are a lot of initiatives like with the environment, cleaning up local roads, volunteering for many organizations. And that's how I realized that there's a lot more than what happens in my four walls of my house. And that there's a lot of ways that I can help out in the community, and I should take every chance I can for that.
Do you have any,
And-
do you have any concerns of the community, and do you have any question like regarding like how like the community is going, like something like that, and that can improve?
So ideas,
No, I'm asking like, since you have lived in this community for, I suppose that for a few years, right? And is there anything that you think that we can make some progress or make some improvement?
I'd say it's involving the youth, which is why I'm here, I guess, but yeah, before I knew about this position, I didn't think there was any way to actually get involved with board or borough in any way. I mean, other than volunteering, I didn't realize that this position existed. So once I heard about this, that's how I like actually realized that the youth can be involved in initiatives and they can actually make a difference to a lot of people. So probably getting the message to the youth that what they do can have an impact and that there's a lot of things they can do to help out.
How did you hear about this? You mentioned you didn't know that it existed, so I'm just.
Yeah, well, the story is like my dad, I think he called Urban Venkat's office and they like told him about this opportunity. So basically, it wasn't me like randomly searching up Franklin Park Borough website and finding her.
You mentioned about wanting to become more involved and wanting to get other youths more involved. How do you think you could use this position to kind of further that goal? What kind of steps have you taken to get more people your age and younger involved?
I'd say it's me like directly communicating with people my age and probably from school channels, newsletters in school, or surveys to people my age and older, of course. Just like giving a list of opportunities that are available for them to get involved with and stuff they can do to help out. So me reaching out for the most part.
You talked about, working on editing the book Eraser. How did you get involved in that? And tell me a little bit about that process.
Yeah, honestly, that was like a key networking kind of thing. I met this high schooler at a event, at a common friend's house. And we were just talking about like common interests like history, reading books, and he mentioned that he was planning on writing a book. So of course I was like, how can I get involved? How can I help out? So later on, a few months after in the summer, he contacted me and said, can you be a co-editor for my book, Eraser? And I was like, wow, this is like solid opportunity. I should do something. So he sent me the draft. So I read it over, found like mistakes and things he could work on, like grammar or making sure the plot aligns and just making sure that a new person who doesn't like read fiction mainly would like follow along with this book since it was like superheroes and stuff like that.
Did you enjoy it, the process?
Yeah, I mean, his style was not exactly what I like, but it was interesting.
Any other questions? Are you aware of the commitment to this position, days?
It's like, I know the meeting's the first Wednesday of every month.
Yeah. Yep, so first Wednesday of every month is a working session, which is tonight. And then the third Wednesday of the month is our pre-meeting and regular meeting, which is actual voted meeting. So we'll vote on administrative things, meeting goals, ordinances, of this nature.
Twice a month.
Twice a month, commitment. The first Wednesday is the long one, and third Wednesday is typically short. Understanding you're in high school, you understand the things, well, we just ask that you close. Can't tell.
Yeah,
Not sure if I asked this, but what are you hoping to get out of this position?
well, I mentioned that I'm interested in business and finance, so joining this is giving me the chance to like participate in the local government setting, you know? And it's gonna give me the opportunity to like learn how decisions are actually made. Like outside, I could hear discussion on what companies to invest in. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm interested in and hoping to learn about.
Do you have any questions for us?
So I know that you're looking for someone who can communicate well, but what other qualities are you looking for?
That's a good question. Probably didn't ask that before.
I think someone who's invested in the community, invested in, interested in giving something back to the community, but and learning about it.
Makes sense.
But yeah, we're always looking for somebody that's going to gain some skills and experiences that they haven't already had the opportunity in another way. So we really want to make certain that whoever steps into the role is really getting an opportunity that they might not have been someplace else.
Yeah, I say local government's very unique compared to like interning congressman or something, right? So,
Yeah.
Like you said, you're outside hearing the discussion earlier. There's a lot that goes on about this borough. It is very unique. It's not a regular meeting or day. So the hope is we'll getting experience out of this. And these are skills that are, these are activities that happen in the private sector. I believe that every councilperson has this done a project, since keep in mind, but if you have something in mind, tell us, but don't decide, but that is one thing that's part of the thinking. The boring process, right? So,
Yeah.
okay. Any other questions for us?
How many hours per week will I be expected to work?
Oh, I mean, you're not really perfect, but.
Well, out loud.
Yeah, so it is, other than the meeting, probably I'd say like five to 10. I mean, it is really up to you what you're doing. But meeting wise, it's like 5 to 6.
Maybe we should ask our current.
Oh, yeah.
person, what do you think the time commitment is per week?
So I think the packets are very comprehensive, like there is so much in the packets. So reading those ahead of time, maybe like an hour-ish, and then if there's other things that you wanna do in terms of the community, personally, I look to like environmental things and sustainability and stuff like that. So I like to look to what's happening around us, and if there's anything I can bring to council. So, well, there is something today that I'm gonna bring up later, but so far, there hasn't really been any problems that I've seen. So if you're researching and stuff like that, maybe that's another hour. So I'd say like maybe 7-ish hours, anywhere in the 5 to 10 hours is a great time frame that we've already been given, but definitely the reading might be the heftiest time commitment.
Your packet for minus 200 pages.
I mean, a lot of it is pictures and diagrams.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're like reading the numbers and stuff, but just looking at it beforehand, so that way you know what everyone's talking about during the meetings, it's really.
Okay, just making sure I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's part of your friend. So there's a getting up to speed, so you don't walk into a meeting blind. Less than I do.
So it don't mind be difficult at the beginning, there's so many, and different terms, and you may not, be exposed to, and, but you'll get familiar with the concept or content, and then you can start to catch up with.
I'll learn along the way.
If you like reading, you should be fine.
Okay, okay, well, if you don't have any other questions, do you have any other questions? Or?
No.
Okay, does anybody have any questions?
Okay,
Okay.
thank
All right.
you.
Well, thanks for coming in. Thank you so much. That's a lot.
Thanks for taking the time. Oh, when will I find out about the position?
What? Are we okay?
I'm on here to discuss them beside tonight since.
I would like that.
Okay, all right, shoot.
Tonight or at our, probably at our meeting. One or the other.
Close enough.
Just because there's so many, it'd be hard to remember everything.
Was that we used to always interview and decide the same night, and we delayed that in the past. But since you have so many candidates, that's why.
Yeah, it's kind of straight rotating.
We have these.
I am loving.
I'm very appreciative of that.
We'll get you.
Yeah, you guys get hot call. I just like to check stuff off the list.
I was thinking, I actually like, what do you know?
I just didn't know, because you have just have an hour before that meeting, and if you're gonna have a lot of discussion about the data center ordinance from the planning
Oh, yeah,
commission,
all right.
that was my
Well, let's
only.
try to get through it tonight unless
Let's see how
there's some.
I feel.
My gut feel
real
is
plans,
it's gonna be fresh in our brains. We're gonna kind of know which couple we might be leaning towards and probably have to indulge a discussion.
I'll do that under.
And just as an FYI on the projects.
Yeah.
That started out because the junior council person that wanted to start the community garden.
Oh,
And then the former mayor had like picked up on it, but everybody has not done a project. It's not something they have to do unless it's something.
They wanna do.
Oh, yes.
Feel up here.
She's out there every day doing stuff anyway, from what I'm hearing. She's not bragging about it.
Yes, that was news to me. That's really impressive. So we have one.
Lindgren Park.
Yeah, so right across from Lindgren Park, we own a farmhouse there, and right next to it, there's a community garden. There's only.
Yeah.
There's only so many. And that's the issue.
We're gonna go ahead and bring our big spaces in.
We should keep moving.
Here, I'll show you.
We have to start.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and grab all these minutes up.
I can sit still at home when everybody's in bed, but other than that, efficiency is gonna be down. Yeah, it's already.
So, okay, folks, we have our next applicant here, so since you probably don't know everyone, we'll go around and introduce ourselves. We'll start with Zach.
Sorry, Zach Osborne, manager.
And Raymond Farrelly, Councilman Marlon two.
Curtis Neal, council, Ward 3.
John Lee, also.
Kristen Vivek, Mayor. Laura Chaga, Ward 2.
Brian Malcolm, Ward 3.
Hey, well, welcome. Thanks for taking your time to come in and to interview for the junior council position. Why don't you tell us about yourself and what you hope to get out of the position?
Yeah, so my name is Priscilla. I'm currently a rising senior at Eden Christian Academy. Some things that I'm involved in at school, I'm very involved in the mock trial team. I've played as both witness and lawyer for about 2 years. I actually played as double lawyer this year, and that takes up a lot of my time. I'm also vice president of FBLA. I kind of was part of the leading group for that, so we started that chapter in our school from the scratch, from ground up. And obviously, I mean, I love reading. I think the junior council person program is really great because I think it'll really provide the opportunity for me to step out of student government positions that I already am in. I am a part of student council at my school. I am the treasurer. And so I think I've also always been very interested in kind of the intersection between like business systems and then government. I want to be a corporate lawyer, and so I think this would be a great opportunity for me to kind of experience that and more about it.
Okay, how did you hear about it?
Oh, I was forwarded an email from my school counselor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, great questions.
Yes, so you mentioned in your packet, you talked about being the student council treasurer. So, and you made a comment about creating the budget and managing the budget. That's something, as you can imagine, we do a lot of here. the whole, there's a process to get the budget obviously for the next year, but then it's kind of always something we're keeping an eye on. Zach is doing a great job on that. I'm sure he can help you with that. But tell me, why and how that became something you were interested in.
So like I said, I've always been very interested in like business systems. And then again, with government, student council is an obvious option because that gives you a leadership position in your school and a chance to like advocate for what you want and also see how decisions are actually made in the school. And so when the treasurer position opened up, I applied, I got accepted, obviously. And what I do is I manage the budgets in the school for whatever events and school dances that we have. And then also that allows me to kind of get into like a little bit of fundraising. We do have like events like donut sales and things like that that I'm in charge of for the budget, just to raise money for the school, obviously, and also things like homecoming.
So I'm just curious, how much like a budget do you have like for each year? Just
So it depends on each year. This year, I think we had around like 3,000. We rely very bigly on donations from parents. And so especially for dances, like decorations and food, things like that, are usually sourced directly from parent donations.
I'm just curious, what makes you want to be incorporated to me?
Okay. Well, I first got a little bit of insight into the law world when I did a job shadow. I did one last year at a firm downtown in Pittsburgh, and I really liked the environment that they had there, like fast paced, but also the way that they kind of push you and make you do like critical thinking, analyzing different things. I think that's one of my strengths. And I think that it's very interesting. Absolutely.
Which law firm?
It's called Sherrod German and County.
Sure.
Yes.
And you did you do the mock trial this year already?
Yes.
So what was it on? What were the issues? Yeah, what were the issues?
The case.
Yeah.
It was medical malpractice.
Nice.
It was a little bit.
Did you say you did both defense and plaintiff?
Yeah, I did that this year, so.
So were there different cases or was it the same case that you presented to both plaintiff and defendant?
Yeah, it's the same case basically, so I had to argue both sides. It was definitely a stretch, but I thought it was a good challenge.
Was it the young lady who ate the meat in the woods and then got sick?
Yes, Bowbridge.
I was a judge, yes.
Oh,
I remember. And it's no longer compete athletically.
Yeah, that was the case, yeah.
They're actual chariots.
Experts?
That was.
Good experts on the stage.
So my two witnesses were actually the two experts in the case, which made it harder again, but yeah.
Did you do direct and cross on the medical expert stuff?
I did cross, on defense, I did a cross and a direct, and then for the expert. On plaintiff, I did cross direct and also a closing.
That's too much.
The work that the students put into that is incredible, so congratulations, for even having survived that process. I can't imagine.
And brief writing, is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, I wrote the materials for that.
Good job.
Any other questions?
I'm curious, no, go ahead. I'm curious, how, if you are the successful applicant for this position, how you would use that to, advocate for fellow youth and help, get them engaged and enthusiastic about, things in the community.
So one of the things that I've noticed is that there's a little bit of a gap between like local council and the junior community in Franklin Park. And I think that one way that to really reach that demographic is through social media. Obviously, like everyone's on there these days, especially teenagers. And I think that's a great way to kind of like reach the younger audience and show them what programs we have, what resources we're offering, different things. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yep, so are you aware of the commitment on time frame?
Yes. Is it,
Yeah, first Wednesday and third Wednesday of the month. So first Wednesday is the moderate working session, which is what tonight is. Typically, those working sessions, like video games and, very go beyond. Third Wednesday is our voting meeting, so we start our pre-meeting at 7, and 8 o'clock is when we have to be called. So voting ordinances, administrative things like passing, bills, the hearings. Those we're usually back up by when I was. We understand you're a student, so obviously school is very important. So we just ask if you can make it just honest. Do you have any questions for us?
what were the successful year?
Sure, everyone have their opinion on this, but well, what's a successful year look like for
Chosen
a candidate that?
a successful year.
Yeah. What would a successful year look?
Do you want to answer that first?
Okay, so I think going into it, I thought that I'd be arguing or like not arguing, but speaking up a lot. But and that was just before coming into this position. But once I actually got here, I realized that council does a really good job of what they do. And it was a lot more of learning and soaking in information. But also, I think talking about it, making as many people aware about it as possible. Like we were talking about social media, I think that's such a great place to talk about the borough and talk about what's going on. I personally talk about it on the radio. I think that's a great place to talk about a bunch of things so that way all kinds of ages can hear about it. So I think making sure, like you mentioned, that people know that this position is available, that they have programs, that they do a good job of what they do. I think that's the best thing that you can do in terms of success.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I just wanna, compliment you and, give you accolades on your piano accomplishments.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, well, if there are no other questions, thank you so much for coming. And best of luck.
It's nice meeting all of you.
Okay. See you guys. So I will come back after, right? Okay.
We'll give you I can text going. Text you when you're ready.
Sure, so I'll be sitting like that. Outside.
Yeah.
Always good.
I could see any of this. Let's
I'll
go.
make you some shit.
Okay, welcome Sophia, I'm Sophia Howard, council, one. Not sure if you know everyone, but. go around.
I'm Zach Dawson, Borough Manager. Curtis Neal, Council, Ward 3.
Lily Gavelli, junior person.
Kristen Fifek, Mayor.
Laura Chuckard, Ward 2.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Okay, so welcome, thank you for applying for the position. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you hope to get on?
So I'm currently a sophomore at NAI that I will be becoming a junior next year. And I'm a member of TSA, Speech and Debate, and DECA. I have received a couple awards in Speech and Debate and TSA for sure. next year, I'm definitely looking to kind of expand more into some other clubs. For now, I'm also currently a part-time worker at the Ingomar Pharmacy. It's just like a couple 3-hour shifts, like every couple well, like twice or 3 times every single week. And I'm also a tutor for like a lot of different programs, such as like Pittsburgh Family Institute, Schoolhouse.world, and like North Allegheny Forensics Institute and all of that. And for what I'm looking to get out of this program, I definitely feel like I want to become a little bit more involved in like the kind of local decision making. This community has been like very nice, I guess. It's made me feel very like safe and connected, even though like even when I was younger and I didn't really know what like laws were, I still felt very safe like here. And I kind of wanted to get into like the behind the scenes of like how that worked, and I wanted to see it, and I just like, wanted to learn a little bit more about like what was going.
Tell me about the pharmacy tech that you were doing. How did you get involved?
I started like August sometime. They just kind of like put me on, and they were like, they just texted me like, hey, like, when can you start? Like, do you want to start like August? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I went on for like a couple, like 2-hour shifts like every single day, and then I transitioned to like 2 3-hour shifts every single week, with some on Saturdays, of course. I usually work on Thursdays and Fridays, so I'm going to be working like tomorrow as well. It's from 3 to 6. I usually go there right after school ends, and from there I kind of just like take phone calls, ring people out at the register, and like help fill prescriptions.
Do you know Tony?
Yes.
Like, it was my boy's preschool teacher.
Oh, yes.
And Janet,
Yeah, Janet's our pharmacist.
Yeah.
She's so friendly.
everyone there is friendly, but
Yeah.
It's some place that's in front of me.
There's the pizza place, right? Is it the pizza place?
Yeah, right. Okay, I had no idea.
Yeah, it's one of the few mom and pops like in Zeeman. I think it was like a big mom.
It was like the only 2 I can think of.
Yeah.
Right in the Ingomar Road,
Oh.
the gas station.
Yeah, right. From the 7-Eleven.
What's it like dealing with the general public, whether it be over the phone or in person? Any highs or lows?
Some of them are definitely a little bit aggravating, like they won't let me put them on hold or whatever. It's like, I need to pass you to someone else, I can't just like, no, put you on hold. But some of them are very, very nice as well. I always like leave like, well, most of the interactions feeling very like positive, especially when like in person. Over the phone, it's a little bit harder to tell because like, you know, tones and all of that. But I usually leave each call feeling like I did my best, and that they're satisfied with what I gave them.
Not too many people, either literally or metaphorically, being in the kind.
No, if that happens, then like some of the older people step in and they talk with them.
What about this, Pittsburgh Forensics Institute instructor? Tell me a little bit about what that was about.
It was over the summer, and it was around like 7 hours each day, from like I think 8:30 to 4:30. And I was kind of just like in charge of like a couple of kids. Especially during lunchtime, I had to walk around a bunch of them like to get food from like all these other places. And then I just mostly like taught my event, which is like a speech event, which is just like a prepared speech event actually. So I had a couple of kids that I taught there. It was over the summer, and this year I'm actually one of the directors for it. After I applied, it just like happened super recently, so I didn't have a chance to like write it down.
is speech and debate. Seems like you kind of heavy on speech and debate. Is that one of your favorite hobbies and things to do?
Yeah, I think I'm like super dedicated to it. I've gone to pretty much every single practice that I could have gone to. It happens on like Wednesdays, Fridays, and like Fridays I can't because I work. But for Mondays and Wednesdays, I pretty much go to like every single one that I can. I've gone to like a lot of overnight tournaments, just like pretty much almost every single tournament that I can as well. So I'm definitely like very dedicated to it. And obviously that kind of like paid off because like I'm the director of like 2 of the institutes for that this summer.
Debate?
Speech and debate. Kind of more on the speech side.
How did the Powering Pittsburgh 2025 environmental competition go? Tell us a little bit about that.
So the first submission was a video submission, like we had to record ourselves giving a presentation and then we would we would take a picture of a model to send to this like organizer. And she liked our idea because it was pretty like new and innovative. It was using like biogas tanks to kind of power Acrisure Stadium so that we wouldn't have to use like fossil fuels and all of that. So we presented on that. We made it to whatever the next level of competition was. It was like the last level of competition. And I think we did pretty well. But some of the other teams, it was like their like second or third time coming. It was our first, so we didn't really know what was going on. So we didn't quite get into like the top 3. There were like 8 to 10 teams there. But I'm still pretty satisfied with how our performance went, and we're definitely going a little bit harder on it this year. Well, for 2026.
Got my attention with the biogas, because that's what I'm into now in my day job. Was it landfill gas based, or was it anaerobic digestion, food waste standard?
It's been such a long time since I've seen this, but from what I remember, we would have these like tanks underneath Acrisure Stadium with the food waste. We like talked a lot about like how like we waste like 5 million pounds, and maybe not 5 million, but and then we would just like convert it into like biogas, I guess. I think it was anaerobic in a little tank underneath the ground, and then we would like have a little other valve producing the energy.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, food waste is one of the common feeds for digestion. There's some upgrading along with it. Yeah, that general concept is not.
Yeah, we were kind of fascinated by it for our Pittsburgh, and it was kind of like pretty new for them, I think. They kind of led us into the next level of competition because they thought it was so like innovative, I guess. Thank you.
Awesome.
Community outreach and volunteering with students.
Community outreach. I have helped like, with a couple of like NAI events. I wouldn't say I was like the top person there, but I was definitely involved with like Project Water. It's a dodgeball tournament, but we also like raise money for wells in like other nations. I think ours was Sierra Leone this time. And then we also had a clothing drive for Project Water to raise money as well. And then also like t-shirts for the dodgeball tournament. So all of that I think was a little bit more like reaching out to like people around NAI and like asking them to like help fund us and whatnot. And I suppose like I definitely have like gotten involved with like interpersonal like tutoring and all of that. I don't really know if you count this as like outreach like that, but I definitely have talked with a lot of people about more political, serious topics, and I kind of just like taught them, I guess, for a couple of things.
The Key Club is a bit over 100 hours. What kind of stuff do you do in Key Club? Being volunteer hours?
For Key Club, we have like requirements to get like conference boards. So I did 5 donation hours. Technically, that means like donating like a bunch of like cans for the canned food drive. And then for the inside hours, I did Project Water. I worked with Project Water a lot. And then I also just like attended the meetings and looked at a couple of the things that opportunities that they had. And then for like the outside hours, the institutions for speech and debate in the summer, we definitely a big part. But I've also done like NAI homecoming, helped with that. And then some other events I can't quite recall them at the top of my head, but.
And were you hoping to get from volunteering for council for your junior year?
I'm kind of just hoping to like get a better understanding of how the council works, because from like what I know, it's kind of it's a little bit awkward to like be like younger to be a younger student and like try to talk and like understand what's going on like at this upper like local level. So I think if I like were to become a like council member, I think I just want to like gain a better understanding that will like help me like throughout my life and whatnot. And then of course like maybe facilitate communication between like younger people and like this council.
Any other questions? And are you aware that at the time?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions for us?
would you say like what is expected of me as like a council member? Like, am I like to like write like articles or like do stuff like that? Oh, so.
Would that be something?
Yeah, it's nothing heavy, but it's a learning experience, it's fun. You know, it's a bridge between like government and the youth generation, right? So we're hoping you get to learn out of this and about that, attending our meetings and buying input where you could provide input. But very much a learning experience.
Okay.
But if you want to write articles,
I mean, I could if I really needed to. I do have some free time.
We don't have any minutes for report.
Just to share, Cynthia, I know that we're on the same team for speech and debate. She does speech, I do the debate side. I do think with your model that you're mentioning, that's super interesting. I just wanted to suggest you could present that at PRISA. Do you know what that is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you would enjoy that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be really good at that. It's really enjoyable and it's a great way, you know, it's regional, so it's, there's a lot of great organizations that you connect with there. Alexander does a whole lot with waste management. I know they like make their own soil from like wastewater and stuff. So in terms of repurposing waste, I think that's something that you might be interested in if you're able to connect with organizations at that time fair. And you'd definitely be good at it because you're Stephen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a good point. A lot of that, some of the plants that do the digestion also based on wastewater plants that digestate that gets produced, you know, depending on how you treat it, it can be soil amended, it can be rain applied, so there's a lot of potential.
That sounds interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely like look into it. Maybe like, yeah, I probably will join like pre-step next year.
yeah, anything else? Okay, well, not,
Thank you.
okay, let's do thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Andy, did you say we have more of those brown chairs? 'Cause Poor Reno keeps.
It keeps dropping.
Yeah.
Dropping.
Oh, that's just not fair.
I'm tall.
I think we have a couple downstairs, yeah. It's a little warm.
No, but you're not saying.
Wait, we'll get you on for the next meeting.
Yeah, you
You
can.
That's mine does it, because I haven't bothered to agree stuff. But I know I'm sure.
A
fire break. That happened. My last job. I finally got the library. Yeah. And it's like, sun. One that comes.
Don't need fuel after my daughter finished that.
But he needed a break after that.
It drove her extra.
Thank you.
She got my attention talking about some of the biogas, different things that she was doing with like food waste and Acrisure. That's really cool.
Thank you, yeah. It's really like,
Yeah.
other things, you know. One more. She's much hotter than me. So she has done a lot of like, debate.
Yeah.
And also like she's very active, you know, and so, and she also, we moved here when she was 1 month old.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
You said, what is it? We bought a house and when like my daughter was born, and
Yeah.
then after 1 month, you know, you have to like and take care of the house, right?
Yeah.
And then when she was 1 month old, we take her like to this house.
Yeah.
Family and city, you know, we moved from city to the Frankenmuth. We love this thing, you
Yeah.
know, man, this is the best. And we actually, we only look, and when we look for the house, and we only look for the house here. Actually, people told me, I have a few friends living here, they told me, man, this is a great place.
Yeah.
And so then we only look for like, we look at probably 5 or 6 houses around this area. And then we decided to have one, you know, in Nixonwood.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love this place, you know, it's just like, it's great. And right now, you know, it's even like greater, you know, a lot of people, you know, moving in, you know, we have a really good population.
Yeah.
The people are really nice.
Yeah.
And
The residents are so respectful. Like, even if like they disagree with you, like they'll tell you, but it's not like in like a rude or hateful.
Yeah.
It's like, I understand why. I don't agree, but I get it. You know? They,
because look, and we all have different opinions.
Yeah.
About this, about that, yeah. But, we can talk.
Yeah.
We can, communicate.
Be civil. Yeah.
Exactly, I agree. But if you look at other person, they may not be like, they yell at each other and scream at each other.
I've seen those things.
Yeah, it's not like that. I just don't know, and, to understand why people need to do really, and, you present your idea, and we talk and we make it like some sort of like, agreement. And it may not be like go your way 100%, but if your request is reasonable, we can, right? And so, and why do like treat each other like, whatever, that's why I love this place.
We need to get back to that as a nation.
Yeah.
We'll start doing our part at the local level.
Yeah, exactly, But, for the local level, then we can control, we can do something, but the national level. I don't know, I think that because it's too big, it's just like, so many things.
Her big question was,
That's what appealed to me about, running for this is, you can do things that, make a tangible difference in your community. And you're not taking on those giant national issues.
Also, this something of what I feel, and you feel like, yes, something, and to, help the community, to support the community, and they most, I would say the best part, for being a council member, you know those people, and hundreds of people, I know them, and, that we all know that we want to do good to this community.
Absolutely.
That's a key point, so I respect, everybody, because, and we are all living here, and we want something to be good, to be great. This is why we're sitting here like a few hours and doing something,
Absolutely. We all care.
Yeah. If you can do that, and we all love it. I cannot guarantee, man, I still believe this is the best,
I would agree. I grew up in Shaler, so I've always kind of known about Franklin Park. Our first house was in Pine, so we kind of got closer, and then whenever we outgrew that house, we're like, okay, well, here's the communities we want to look into. And then, it's like, oh, that's right, Franklin Park. Well, we found our current house, like, oh,
yeah. It's great, and so, and also the kids are doing so great, and look at our children, and also, that today, and Franklin and the elementary school is all one of the best, and the elementary school for Franklin Park, and so, and we send the kids there, and they're doing great, and so it make the school look, really, great, so.
Well, I think the whole district is, like top 10 in the state?
Yeah. And also, and I have so many.
All right, we ready to go?
Oh,
no, you're
yes,
missing.
oops.
We're still waiting, that's pretty critical. Okay, guys, just the meeting, the live stream is on, so we want to wrap it up soon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh, the ladies aren't back yet.
That's from course.
Well, you're looking fair.
You were saying nothing but positive things, so that's.
That's the camera.
That's the camera,
I'll be through here.
The area all goes down to fucking slice.
Yeah.
Sure. That's where you just saw that.
Only
A very long time.
knocking the liver in my legs. I'm like sitting by, get automatically on the thought about
Been around,
knocking me.
maybe not quite.
Could explain that for you guys.
Pardon me?
And we did have the issues like great. They had in May.
Like, oh, to get it done.
Well,
See, for that.
the chairs have been in the budget for several years, but.
That's how we're balancing the budget every year. We knock the damn chairs out. They're gone.
So we've couple of them have been poached from the old ones from the fire company to get us through. So,
We got the boneyard down by the police.
you know what, that boneyard has been picked through quite extensively. There's not much left in that boneyard.
I have time to run downstairs before.
Well, we're ready as soon as the mayor comes. Okay.
It's up to them.
It's just a matter of letting them in whenever they come.
Well, we have two before her yet.
Okay, I got time.
Okay.
It's reported.
Yeah.
We just have to let them in when I'll run down and look and see if I have another one now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we can get by tonight, but just for the next meeting.
Remember having such a nice break. This is really.
Yeah, yeah, let's do it.
No, they were to like application. And send it back, that won't be needed.
Okay, well, just so everybody knows, the fact I'm here means that my daughter is not her baby yet.
I was wondering. Yeah. But that's adding a little anxiety.
Just a little.
I'm sure she does fix
Oh, that's why my phone is here. I'm waiting for the call.
She gonna tell you beforehand or after?
What?
She gonna tell you beforehand or after?
When she goes into
Yeah.
labor, I'll be,
Because like.
my bag is packed. I'll.
Gotta go back.
Okay, so Elena, welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, Amita Appellate, Council, Ward One.
Hi, I'm Zach Files from Borough Manager.
Nice to meet you.
Curtis Neal, Council, Ward 3.
One word about it, junior council person.
I'm Kristen Bivig, Mayor.
Laura Chapman, Ward 2.
Nice to meet you.
Ryan Malcolm, Ward 3.
Thank you for sending us this email. You were.
So, welcome and thank you for applying for the junior council position for next year. Why don't you tell us about yourself and also why you're interested?
Oh, perfect. Okay, so I'm Elena and I'm a rising junior at North Allegheny Senior High School. And just a little bit about like my experience before, I'm here in front of all of you today. So first, I am the Youth Voice Fellow and Rising Youth Board Member at the World Affairs Council of Pittsburgh. So a lot of the work we do revolves around intergenerational decision-making and youth voice inclusion, because we kind of recognize that in a lot of the most important decisions made around the world, youth are some of the most immediately affected, and yet they have some of the least, talking power at these decision-making tables. So it's just really about making sure that institutions are more aware about this and that we can educate them through youth facilitated workshops to actual adults. And outside of my work at the council, I also am a fellow at New Voters, which is the biggest nonprofit that is nonpartisan for youth voting. And what we do there is right now, I am also hosting a lot of voting drives across North Allegheny Senior High School to get our eligible voters in, North Allegheny to get them to vote and to kind of mobilize them for the 2026 midterms, which is really important. And other than that, me and actually I think he's the senior council person at McCandless, Arjun. We're working together on a civics project, which is called Civic Source. And what we're really doing there is we're trying to facilitate conversations in youth around around civic topics, because we also recognize that there's a sense of civic apathy in our generation, and that's no one's fault. It's just mostly because of, so much information coming at us at all times. And it's very overwhelming, and people can feel a sense of anxiety because, they might have thoughts or, voices about these issues that they see, but they're not really sure how to put them in action. And it sometimes may just be easier to ignore them. So in that case, we actually want to challenge them. We want to bring these conversations to the table, have youth develop their civic identity through conversation, and ultimately have respectful discussion about community issues.
Tell me about Brigade Radio, please.
You do, right?
Yeah, so I worked with the Saturday Light Brigade radio primarily in like, I'd say freshman year and like a little bit more recently as well, but we'll get into that. So what I did was I was like a youth journalist, especially for, community events. So for a lot of nonprofits like Playful Pittsburgh, they do like yearly events that just, for example, the one I covered for Playful Pittsburgh was like they have adults learning and playing. And I was able to cover that on the radio. And also something that's really meaningful to me is youth mental health. And when the former Surgeon General, back when he was Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy visited town, we were able to sit down with him and have a bit of conversation about what we can do to support youth in our community, especially during the youth mental health crisis in Pennsylvania. And he was able to give some tips, and I was able to write an article and also a national radio broadcast to kind of like simplify these complicated terms that you see in the news into a youth perspective and for like adult audiences and youth audiences to learn how to help themselves in a mental health crisis. And more recently with SLB Radio, I collaborated with them and the National Henry Luce Foundation on a national listening series called Something in Common. So what we did there was we had like a bunch of youth panelists. So Ashani and I were both on the youth panel. We were able to talk with, the president of the Luce Foundation. And we were just able to have some conversation about civic topics that are pressing to youth and, find something in common with each other, despite, the differences or contradictions that we pose to each other throughout the conversation. And I think I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think I can speak for a lot of the people there. And I think coming back from that conversation, I think I felt a lot more hopeful about our world and, the change that we can make, because I think we see eye to eye on a lot of things, but we're just afraid to say it.
So for the Saturday Light Brigade, if I'm understanding this correctly, you can kind of go and create content and record a radio, or not record, but broadcast a live radio show on whatever topic is kind of relevant and important to you.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
What are you hoping to do after high school?
Oh, I love this question. Okay. Look, like I'm so eager to discuss it. Like I have it all planned out until like retirement, but we'll stick with like, high school upwards. So like looking forward, like definitely thinking about college. And I think what I want to major in is probably like international relations, public policy, or in some schools they have PPE, which is like, I think philosophy, politics, and like economics, or just something of that sort. So I definitely want to get into those programs and really like focus in like civic engagement again. And then after, majoring in my bachelor's degree in like those three topics, or one of those three, or, two, I really do want to go to law school and, become an attorney. But then I think after law school, my plan isn't to like practice as an attorney, but rather it is to practice for a while before applying to be a foreign service officer of the United States and represent our country on like an international level.
What are your thoughts on local government and its relation to localism?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think
Well, that's because you're in the World Affairs Conference.
okay, yeah. So globalism, I think when I think of globalism, I think of like a lot of movements around the world, right? Like, actually I was talking with some friends in Algeria, like how I met them, let's just not, I won't get into that story. But I was talking with them and they're talking about a movement in their country, which was the Hirek. And that was when youth kind of protested against like government crackdowns on media and free speech. And they actually now have like a lot more open like social media and news like environment now. So that was really cool. But like when I think of globalism, I think of movements in the world affecting each other. And especially in America, I think about what I'm working with, which is like the National Youth Voting nonprofit. So with new voters. And I think with these national level movements, there comes like it kind of all shrinks down to local level, right? Like it tapers down to your own community and what change you're making there in order to like create a ripple and affect communities broader before you like create a movement in your country and maybe eventually the world. So I think just engaging actively with my community and issues that I care about, whether it's voting, which is unglamorous, but I think it's important, or with like things like youth voting in the midterms is something I think can affect the youth that are around me. And hopefully when those youth, graduate and move beyond the world, they can take this perspective with them and with them start like a movement in civic engagement and just creating a generation of very aware individuals around the world.
How about engagement with like Franklin Park youth? What are your thoughts there?
I conversation. I think like oftentimes like I hear about what you guys are doing, like I read the agendas sometimes, but it's not like something that's like really pressing around my mind because it's kind of hard to reach like people in these positions sometimes. Like, sure, it's easy to say we can shoot out an email or that we can like attend these meetings, but often it's like there's a step of like intimidation there. Like people are kind of scared, especially like youth, to come into these spaces where they're not really traditionally here and deliver their voices and hope that they are heard. So I think in that case, what I really hope that like we can engage with youth in like the council sense is kind of bring the council to youth. So recently, something I think that McCandless did that I think would be really good for us to do is to bring, the council or some council members to lunch periods in North Allegheny Senior High School. And what that does is you make yourself accessible to a lot of your constituents. And in doing so, they feel like more open to coming up and sharing with you their experiences and their perspectives about issues that are popular. Like, for example, in your next meeting, I think you guys are talking about like data center districts. And I think what would be really helpful in that is like, I think data centers are kind of controversial among people of my generation. I think if you came to like North Allegheny Senior High School, you sat down and you asked people, like, what are your thoughts on this policy? Or what are your thoughts? What do you think we should do about like data centers? People will be more than willing to talk to you. It's just more so about making yourself available in a space where they're more accepted and taking yourself out of your comfort zone to meet them where they are. It's like great genuine engagement.
Questions? So who motivated to apply this position?
What made me want to apply to this position? On one note, my mom and dad thought it would be like a really good like opportunity, but I think like honestly, I've been looking at it since I was like in middle school, and I just thought that like, I have these dreams of becoming someone like on a national level that represents our country in international levels. And I have dreams of like being someone who leads a national movement, like youth voting and youth engagement in voting, which, has been decreasing and going like up and down. So I think for me, it's like recognizing that in order to be successful on a national level, I have to first contribute and meaningfully engage with my community first. And first, like, practice what I preach. Like I'm saying all these things about youth civic engagement and youth voting, but what am I doing on the local level to really like engage you in these issues? And I think this role just is something that challenges me. I think I'm craving like the challenge and like being in an environment where I'm still not really used to. Like I've never really been to borough meeting before. I've never really contributed to local government before. So just being here, challenging myself and also challenging you all. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, I'm going to argue with you all. Like that's not the case. It's just like, intellectually challenging you all, bringing new perspectives to the table is why I wanted to apply.
Learning where they're pivot.
Tell me about it.
So it's the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday of every month. First Wednesday is the working session, which is typically longer. And the third Wednesday is our voting meeting. So we have a pre-meeting prep at 7, and then 8 o'clock is the public meeting. So you're out there passing, paying bills, ordinances, etc. Will be the same thing, right? That's on 2 weeks. Sometimes we have a reporter there, reporter is called, for a public hearing. But the first Wednesday is typically one, probably not here past 10, I'd say, right?
Every week, past 10,
Okay.
81.
Yeah, so it's very rare, and then public meeting usually come. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I do. Like, I think this one, Shawnee might be able to answer the best, but I think like all of you could and like, take a shot at answering the question. I think like, what is one unexpected skill that like you might not expect someone would need to excel in the role of junior council person?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, I can think of 3, but I would group them all into one, and I'd say, bravery. I think that's not a good enough term to describe it, but the 3 places that my mind initially went to is obviously the reading. But when I think of reading, I don't just think like reading like we do for school. I think there are so many words and terms and things that I'm still struggling to figure out a lot of definitions, and I learn every single day. So I think that's a huge thing, being able to get over the hurdle of not knowing everything. and sometimes that's a little bit hard to do. So definitely that, like the new definitions and stuff like that. Secondly, the advocacy part of it. If you have something to say, and it's not like there's many times that I feel like the youth would, want to talk about a lot of these things, but when you do, I think it's really important to share your opinion. And the borough is very open about, I mean, generally they have actually agreed with everything that I've ever thought about or had my opinion on anything, but in the chance that there was anything that you're ever confused about, it's important that you have the bravery, I guess, or the ability to speak out about it. And then the last is just, you have to love it. Like you have to be able to enjoy these kinds of things, and you have to be able to like actually look forward to coming to these things. Else it'll be, you'll lose motivation to read the 200-page packet that we get before these meetings.
Okay, thank you.
And those 200 pages, they're all.
Oh, yeah. There's so many diagrams. That was
Yeah.
just.
Lots of pictures, lots of diagrams.
Oh,
sketches.
I think that's a great description. I think in general, having an energy and enthusiasm and, a willingness to just keep talking. I mean, for those of us here who were elected to our positions and we were elected to advocate for our constituents. So, not only our own thoughts and opinions, but also, representing our constituents and how they think. So I think as far as the Julie Council position, kind of taking that same approach, that same energy, talking to your peers, your friends, your schoolmates, kind of getting their feel on what issues are and advocating on their.
Anyone else? Yeah.
I have one quick question. So you mentioned other forums and the kind of gap between youth discourse with in adult spaces, which is definitely something we talked a lot about on the panel. But I wanted to ask, what do you think are other forums that you have where you are able to have like a voice as a member of the youth? I know you do speech and debate on the same team. So do you think that there's other places that you're able to do a good job of like advocating for yourself and your opinion?
I think absolutely. Something that comes to mind is actually like in school on class council where we planned, I think, I don't want to say for sure, but like the largest homecoming in like North Allegheny intermediate high history. And I think that process like taught me a lot, like first about event planning, because I was on it like freshman and sophomore year. And then like freshman year, it was just kind of the sophomores like doing everything. And you kind of like just foreshadow them to kind of learn like what it's like to like work in like a group and do like some event planning. But it was like comparatively lighter compared to sophomore year. Because I remember in May, like our advisor, Mrs. Hume, sat us down. She had like a bunch of like prom magazines. She's like, each take one, like feel free to take two. And she was just like, you guys get to make most of the decisions around budgeting, around like the, down to like the colors of the dance or like the theme or even, the cookies that we're buying. And I think just that amount of decision making, but also like the level of guidance she provided. Like whenever I had a question about budgeting as treasurer, I come up to her and she would like tell me about how our budgets work, how like our accounts were split into 3 and how we like funneled money to both Nash, like class council and also student council. And I think that was just like a really informative experience that like both I was able to speak my mind and do a lot of decision making and work around actually planning the event, while also like having it being balanced with like adult guidance and kind of like learning from her experience and planning like a decade or so's worth of homecomings already. Yeah, but also like speech and debate. Like speech and debate, like is really, I'm giving a 10-minute speech. Everyone has to be silent. Like I speak my mind, I really get to express my voice there as well.
Anyone else? Any questions or anything? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Best of luck. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
There was something.
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
is this one on there?
Yeah, she's on them. Yeah, she's on there. That's a good. She's.
What are we doing? Seat lost, 2 o'clock.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, welcome.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Peter, council.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome. Since you may not know everyone, I'm just go around real quick.
Yeah, I'm Zach Costa, bar manager.
Taking part of the new block too, from
Curtis Neal, Council Ward 3.
Danny Council.
Kristen Smith, Mayor.
Laura Chuka, Ward 2.
I'm not in Ward 2.
Also, welcome, why don't you tell us about yourself and why you're interested in the position?
Absolutely. Hi, it's so nice to meet you all. My name's Joy and I'm a rising junior at North Allegheny. And the main reason that I decided to apply for this position is because I really care about being more involved in my community. And I'm always trying to look for ways that I can, learn from people in the borough, in the community, and find opportunities to also encourage other people to get involved. So you see this when I'm very involved in my Pittsburgh Chinese community, and I do a lot of volunteering down at the Chinese school in Squirrel Hill, where I usually help teach little kids who want to learn more about the, Chinese language and culture, and I encourage them to get more involved. And then also at the PCA Youth Center, where I will be serving as vice president next year, where we usually organize events, again, primarily targeted towards younger children, to, give them opportunities to, meet together with people in the community and learn more about each other and kind of just get together and kind of bond a little bit.
Okay. So why are you interested in the position?
Yeah, so it's because that I really do value community, and I hope that as a junior council person, I would be able to encourage other people who are, my age, who might not, go outside enough. I know that sometimes I'm not out of the house as much as I would want to be, and get them to become more involved in the borough and, spend more time with each other and be more engaged and, things like that.
Folks, questions?
Yeah, I have a question. You're a figure skating junior coach. How long have you been doing that? How long have you been figure skating?
Officially as a junior coach, I've been doing it for the month of May, but I've been doing private lessons since I turned 16, which was around February. So that's usually with younger kids again, who are like new to skating, and this is like their first time on the ice. So this is really getting them to fall in love with the sport because this is their first impression. So it's a lot of, encouragement and getting them to, also be involved in the figure skating community and, get them to be really engaged in that.
I'm fascinated with this because I was a figure skater, competitive figure
Oh,
skater,
really?
but what I'm interested in is back when I was doing it, if I was doing any coaching where I was taking money, my amateur status was destroyed. Is that what happened to you too? Are you still an amateur for competition purposes under the rules? Or do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Oh, I know that the rules for figure skating, it changes so often. Yeah, now it's like I feel like the rules are so different and it's like I'm so frazzled, but I teach mainly younger kids, so I'm not like helping them compete per se. And then, so it is a little bit separate.
And you have competed like regionals or sectionals?
Not sectionals, but I have done like regional competitions like Cleveland.
When did you start skating?
I've been doing it since I was, well, more seriously since I was 7, but I first started when I was 4. It's something that I really.
And you reached gold level. When did you reach gold level?
Actually, pretty recently. I think it was around October. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. It was a journey.
Yeah. And then clarinet in PMEAs. Are you still playing clarinet at school?
Yeah, just this April, we went to the All-State Festival, which was super fun. It was right before that, actually. And then that was where we went to Kalahari, so we got to, it was like a big conference, so we got to meet a lot of people throughout Pennsylvania, and then we got to play in like a festival.
You mentioned that, what event or category do you do?
I do a role play event, and it's marketing communication series, but last year I did principles of finance, so it was, yeah, it changes. And in that, it's like really focusing on building like business skills and like marketing, so for me.
And what do you think you're gonna do as a career? Do you have that figured out yet?
Not like a very direct path. I know that's something that I really care about is like benefiting other people, and I know this is a little bit generic, but I want to keep like my options broad. So I do think that I was going to major in stats and econ because I know that those are like 2 things that really impact a lot of people. Everyone is affected by the economy or by data, and so viewing that to also like be able to keep my options open in the sense that I can help people in a lot of.
2 of my favorite classes in college, stats and econ.
Yeah.
The first person I've ever.
It's serious.
I still have nightmares. I did study for my stat final in undergrad.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay,
How's calculus been?
Oh, actually not as bad as physics, so, you know, I didn't think it was gonna be as bad, but I think that I had a really good teacher, so it was like really helpful to have that kind of mentor. But I don't know, I think that it was interesting, but not necessarily something that I would pursue as a.
Problem is, depending on what career you take.
It's still gonna be that.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah.
But you have the power of computers and the textbooks and the real problem solve.
Calculators.
Yes.
are you aware of the time limit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Along with the prep, the reading, so packet is 200 pages typically. And it's not all, it's not broken, so there are diagrams.
Okay.
There are documents and stuff.
Picture book?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
There's a lot of sketches. Okay, so yeah, twice a week, then you can set a document beforehand. Let's see, any other questions, folks? Or- Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I heard that there was, a community initiative that the junior council person would typically lead. Is that still something that's ongoing?
If you want to, yeah, you can choose a project that you're interested in and you sort of take the lead on that. You know, if you need help, we'd be more than happy to help you, but yeah, that's kind of something you could do as a junior council person.
We've had somebody started a community garden. Person,
Jared Bonds.
yep.
Should have some items for. Children's Hospital?
Okay.
Yes, yes, and, the first junior council person started the scholarship goal bounty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's really open, so what you like to do, no constraints.
Are you doing it?
Maybe. I was just talking to some people about it. I'm about to put it after all of this. Not necessarily an initiative, but it does have to do with our school. And something that, someone mentioned earlier, bringing the borough to our school, especially because our school doesn't even know, like, a lot of people in our grades don't really know that our borough does half the work it does. They show up to the Blueberry Festival and they, you know, they don't know the work behind it and all the stuff that we do. So I think it'd be great to do a similar thing that McCandless does, to bring our council to school, and then also, something environmental related, of course, to do a cleanup at the Blueberry Festival.
Any other questions?
Oh, yeah, and I know that like this position is mainly meant for, you know, younger people to be able to have a voice and like in decision making for, you know, the things that the council typically does. And I was just wondering that besides this position, are there any other opportunities that you guys give for high schools?
We get like invitations to different things like McCandless, remember the ambulance authority and Alcoasand, there's a bunch of different things that go on.
Yeah, other organizations do that. I know like the campus has
Yeah.
like, high schoolers that volunteer with UTs. They train, that's an opportunity. Firehouse has some high schoolers that help there. We occasionally, the EAC environmental advisory committee, I've been going with because, we regularly have. Not the way, but sometimes you have a week, they're there all the way from my grade school, so high school. So there are like things right there.
Have you guys ever considered doing something like a youth board or a, like as a separate like branch of a borough council?
We, not since I've been here about 4 years.
We had had some, younger members of the rec board for a couple of years, but that fell away, or there was just no interest. And now, but.
So I know there's like, you know, Aaron was pretty good at house, but then nothing to, it looks like it could try to put it on that.
Volunteer board together.
Some sort of committee, and, you know, more than one person, how we would structure that.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of people that I know would be interested in something like that.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great project, yeah.
Yeah, anything else?
No, I think that's it. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Yeah, so thank you for your time for coming in.
Thank you.
Best of luck and we'll be in touch.
Thank you. Guys have a good night.
Thank you. Sure.
Our next person is online.
Looks like we lost her.
We lost him.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So few months ago.
Do you think it'd be helpful for me to post it, especially as
Oh, yeah.
Do you think
Any,
that'd be?
You can, she was on
He's on her
Yeah,
own.
I did see her.
and I had told her.
You want to go to the next?
Do you want to, is it, you have real quick?
We can do that.
yeah, why don't you let her know what we're gonna do the next one, then she can hop on. So she can hop on and just wait.
At time late 35.
Lost your
Hi.
Welcome.
I appreciate that.
Peter Howard, council.
Nice to meet you.
Zach Bobby, Borough Manager.
Nice to meet you.
You don't have to do that.
I appreciate it.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Curtis Neal, Council, Ward 3.
Jamie Council.
Shiny with allergy.
Kristen Griffith, Mayor.
Laura, check out Ward 2.
Ryan Malcolm, Ward 3.
Thank you. It's super nice to meet all you guys. And before we begin, I had something I'd like to hand out to each and every one of you guys. Just something we can reference if, need be. Come around. I think I'm one copy short. That's just constant error on my part. I greatly apologize.
Okay, so we'll get to this, but do you want to tell us about yourself? And
Sure, I'd
why
like
you're so-
Okay, so first of all, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Ziad Rahman. I'm a junior at North Allegheny Senior High School, and I've been in the Franklin Park area for as long as I can remember. I live in Diamond Run, which is a split municipality between us and us being North Allegheny and Avonworth. So yeah, I grew up there. I've pretty much lived at Blueberry Hill Park, playing pickleball, volleyball, so on and so forth. My main interest in regards to this position is an intersection between law, policy, and just general civic engagement. And for those of you guys that are looking at my resume right now, you kind of see that I've worked on that kind of idea on as many scales as possible. With this being my local municipality, that's the local scale, but I've worked with the Pennsylvania Society and Representative Venkat and Congressman DeLuzio, as well as the Pennsylvania Society on the state scale, as well as looking to the national and international level with organizations like Civics Unplugged, the American Civil Liberties Union, as well as the Mark Cuban Foundation. So with all the work I've done, it's really a focus on finding a balance between what can be realistically achieved, maintaining transparency between the government and those that are governed, and just making sure that accessibility is equitable to as many people as possible.
And what do you hope to get out of this?
So first, I would just like to grow as a person. I feel that this is a great way for me to get direct access to those that make the decisions that actually impact my life. Obviously, North Allegheny falls under this area. North Allegheny is where I've been kindergarten through my end of the junior year now. And there's a lot of relationships between North Allegheny and my school and those that govern it. So with me being in that room, with me being where the decisions are actually made, me having a voice that would actually allow me to represent the people that I want to represent, that would allow the government to truly govern those that are the next generation of difference makers in our region.
Okay. And why don't you tell us about?
Sure. So this is a project I've been working on for some time. For those of you guys that aren't familiar with Civics Unplugged, it's a nonprofit organization that works to engage the youth in civics, kind of increasing that accessibility between the youth and the government. So it's an 8-week fellowship free of cost because, we don't want financial barriers to really be the reason that people don't have access to this type of thing. And they're virtual, but the thing I love about Civics Unplugged the most is the opportunities that come following Civics Unplugged.
and they give you the opportunity to work on a project or an initiative that you can bring to your local area. So I chose to target an area that I think is a little more ecologically focused. So roughly 15 to 20% of our citizens in Franklin Park are medically considered neurodivergent. And what that means is when we have auditory issues, so maybe sounds that are too loud or traffic, those are the people that are impacted the most as opposed to those that are medically deemed neurotypical. So how can we really mitigate this? First, we need to address the status quo, which is that people look at our scenarios as a reactive like behavior. You might see the cops called on a party that's too loud at 2 a.m. But at 2 a.m., the deed is already done, right? People have already been disturbed to the extent that the cops had to be called. So we need something that mitigates this before it actually happens. So my proposal comes with the idea of creating a kind of coefficient that measures the kind of sound output. So let's consider Blueberry Hill Park, for example. That's a place that has a lot of foot traffic, a lot of people in and out, especially during this time of year. When we look to new projects and renovations on places that already exist, we can work towards more sustainable, acoustic focused materials to kind of dampen that sound level so that when people just find some place to relax, they can do so without worrying about all these auditory effects, and it actually allows them to decompress. And an issue, a realistic issue about this kind of implementation is where would the cost come from, right? Like, how can we actually fund this? Well, that's a key part of the proposal. These propositions I have are for renovations and new construction moving forward. So it's really a reallocation of funds that focus on these new materials, oftentimes more sustainable and financially responsible than typical materials like cement, for example. So we can also pull in funding from the Allegheny County Green Infrastructure Program because there are money that already exists for these kinds of things. We just need to tap into it and make it as accessible to the people as possible. So that's just going into it pretty briefly. There are more details outlined there, and I'd love to share details regarding implementation and the issue itself should the need arise. But that's just an initiative that I found to be very personally touching to me as somebody that spends a lot of time outside and loves the physical nature and just the hills and the beauty that is Franklin Park. And I'd love to make that accessible to that 15 to 20% that are neurodivergent and the most vulnerable to that issue.
Favorite part of the great park?
It has to be the pickleball courts. Honestly, my friends and I, we practically live there. I mean, every day, especially now that AP tests and finals are mostly over, if you go to Blueberry Hill Park, you're more than likely to see me there for hours at a time.
It is very popular events. And one playing for much, so.
Tell me about your work with Recast.
Yeah, so that's an initiative that I found very personally moving. So Recast is a 5-year federally granted study that focuses on building houses and communities post-trauma. So whenever there is domestic trauma, that can really hinder a community and society's growth when it comes to long-term, because we have financial instability and maybe the youth aren't in a house that is the most maybe the most comfortable to grow up in, and that can also hinder schooling and education and long-term growth. So Recast is a study that works to mitigate those negative impacts. How it works is there's a control group and a treatment group. The treatment group is one that receives these workshops that really educate those houses that are vulnerable to this kind of domestic abuse and instability and trauma in a way that can redevelop them in a way that's profitable in the long run. It's a study that's been going on for some time now across 10 communities in Allegheny County, and I'm actually the first youth researcher that is under 18 to be formally affiliated with them. I'm in on the workshops, I'm in on the meetings, I'm there getting my hands dirty, I'm there seeing it exactly how it's meant to be, seeing the good and the bad. I've seen the data, I've seen how impactful this kind of effort can be, and just expanding that on the large scale is the eventual goal. But just having the opportunity to actually get in on that myself as somebody that's under 18, as somebody that's been blessed to live in a stable household in such a beautiful area, is just such a meaningful opportunity for me.
So what would you next do in future? What will interest you the most?
So I think I want to address like a strong boundary between the youth and the government. And I think it's a matter of transparency. Do the youth really have the opportunity to get in the room where the decisions are made? Do they actually understand how these things function? So I was recently awarded a scholarship given by the Pennsylvania Society as a youth interested in civic engagement. And as an initiative that I want to build off of that, I'm partnering with the Pennsylvania Society to create a mentorship program between their executive council and the youth that would be interested as like a peer to mentor relationship. So you get hands-on personal experience with what the council actually does, how they're affiliated with government, with business, with finance, with law, with medicine, healthcare, social science, whatever the field may be. It creates a personal relationship, and that allows the youth to get the most direct impact and the most direct experience as to where these decisions are made. And that really decreases that kind of boundary between the government and the youth that are being governed. So kind of bringing that back to the Franklin Park area, finding a way to decrease that boundary. A similar program could be implemented in our local area where the council members could have transparency initiatives so that the youth are better equipped to actually know what is going on or like what's happening in the area that's governing them. For example, on North Allegheny, just a couple weeks ago, the McCandless Town Council, came to the high school and spoke about some initiatives they're working on. Something the Franklin Park Council could definitely look into, as that's so impactful. And I know so many of my friends and just so many people from North Allegheny would be so interested in having that opportunity to really see what's going on.
Can you tell me about the University of Pittsburgh Law Review essay competition under your honors and awards? What was that about?
Yeah, so the University of Pittsburgh, this was their first year having an undergraduate law review. And they brought out a competition where high schoolers have the opportunity to enter in an essay. This year's prompt was on birthright citizenship, which is obviously an issue that's greatly debated right now under the current administration, and just generally socially and politically, that's something that's being discussed. So seeing that opportunity, I figured this was definitely something that I could touch in on. So I entered in my essay. I drew parallels to the famous case Wong Kim Ark versus the United States, which granted birthright citizenship. And I was fortunate enough to win. I got a cash prize and also a publication in the undergraduate law review. So it's a great opportunity for me. I got to do a lot of networking. I still do a lot of work with the undergraduate law review, and just initiatives like that and opportunities like that for the youth to get involved in any way are just so meaningful.
Any questions? Do you have any questions for us?
I actually do. So let's do a hypothetical, right? Let's say this interview went really well and we come back in a year, let's say this time 2027. What would have had to happen in the last year, like under my junior council person term, to deem it successful in your eyes?
Similar answer to before, I think the best thing that you can do for yourself, but also for the community, is learn. And I think that's one of the best things that you can get from this experience is not only learning about what the borough does, but also talking about it. You brought up a great point about McCandless Township coming to our school. I think that the borough needs to be, or the work that the borough does, if more of the youth was able to hear about that, that way we can close the gap that you were talking about in terms of the discourse gap, especially in civics between youth and adult spaces. So if you were able to close that gap, and if you were able to learn, that's definitely important, but also being able to share with obviously the youth, but also our entire community about the work that we do. It's really important. It affects everyone, whether they realize it or not. And people oftentimes only realize it when, you know, they get mad about something. So it's important that they see that there is work that goes into behind the scenes of a lot of these events, organizations, and just how our community runs. So I think the best thing that you could do is obviously push forth the project that you brought up, but also learn as much as you can and then share as much as you can. That's the best thing.
I think for me, I'll kind of restate to what I said to an earlier candidate. We're all elected to bring energy and enthusiasm to this role and advocate and represent our constituents. So I think drawing kind of similar parallels to the junior position, it would be bringing that same kind of energy and enthusiasm and advocacy for the fellow youth, help give them, the knowledge that they need to be empowered to be involved and have their voices be heard, and do what you can to involve them the best that you can.
Anyone else? Yeah, I mean, the position is also a learning opportunity, so the hope is that whoever's successful contribute and learn a lot from. It's an opportunity to learn about local government and how it plays with the greater sphere of government in general. Yeah. Well, yeah. Do you have any other questions for us?
No, that's all for me.
Okay, and we read the time limit, everything.
Aye.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, well, if there's nothing else, thank you so much for coming in. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Do you want to text your
I
friend?
did, she has not got back to me,
Okay.
so.
Linda, we have an issue, somebody earlier was trying to get in, that's why I mentioned it to Andy. She had to switch to a different device. She wasn't able to access the meeting through one device. She had to switch to.
She was already on.
Right, I'm just saying, I lost the connection.
Yeah.
We could just, we can go to the next agenda.
You guys have office here.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We could. Yeah, we all. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I can learn.
Mine was cottage cheese and then the oranges. Served like 7 months ago.
One of the things.
The last chair.
Okay, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, welcome.
How are you?
How are you doing?
Good.
Welcome.
He's Zach.
Yeah. I may ask. You know, welcome.
I know where that was. Nice to see you all, new members and all.
Well, so. Since everyone knows each other, just want to tell us, why you want to be an EAC and what are you hoping to accomplish with this?
Great. Well, I've worked with the municipality for a good number of years, and I just thought, as a residents of Franklin Park, we each have a responsibility to safeguard and enhance the facilities that we got here in Franklin Park to the best of our abilities. And towards that end, I felt that my background in engineering and construction, I came here in 1980 with my family, and we built the downtown subway and the light rail system to the south, and all the bridges and tunnels that entailed. And since that time, I've been retired, and since that time, I joined a HOA organization and was on their board for 10 years as a technical engineering advisor, charged with evaluating, preparing designs and executing them. We were charged with all the facilities within the HOA, the roads and storm system, lighting system and all that. So like many HOAs, they don't really have technical abilities. So that's what I was there for. So we had to replace our roads and everything like that. It was $100,000, like you know. Yeah. So I did that for many years, 10 years. But I was watching the other night that TV series that Ken Burns has created, The American Revolution. And one thing that really struck me that sort of strike home tonight is dedication to the community as a resident. Because there was one scene there where they were reading the Declaration of Independence to the community, and Benjamin Franklin was there, and someone turned to Benjamin Franklin after it was read, and they said, "Do you think we can keep our republic?" And he said, "You know, only if you choose to, or only if you can." Which means that we each have a dedicated, I think, responsibility as a resident and so forth to do what we can to preserve our community, to make it better. So that's why I think you're here and being here at 9 o'clock at night. And I wish to join the effort on the advisory permanent council. So that's what I'm here for.
It probably begs the question, if you know exactly what the environmental advisory council does already.
I talked with Zach a little bit about it, so forth. Pretty good idea.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they need to meet like.
Are they still virtual, Sam?
No, we're starting this month, we're going in person, it'll be the third Sunday of the month.
When I was on, we reviewed the blueprints that included like the different trees and important shrubs and those types of things. Isn't that remarkable back then? That's a new thing. They didn't have that. Yeah. And I think we gave advice to the architecture, landscape architects, whether or not they were falling within the guidelines and what they could do to. That's mostly what we were doing back then with the reviewing the blueprints. Now it's kind of expanded, hasn't it? There's all sorts of.
We're gonna talk about that next thing.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Very good. Oh, give it links for us, or?
Not really. Pretty much know all about you guys.
Good.
Enjoy working with you. So,
I guess we'll be in touch.
okay, all right, take care.
Yeah.
Nice to
Good
see you
one.
all. Good evening.
Thanks, Bob.
Take care.
See ya.
I was gonna say, I'm not interviewing. You guys can spare me questions.
Just you want to text her and say, if you don't mind, we'll just.
Do you wanna, go for it?
Whenever she can, because maybe there's something going on, but.
In the meantime, we can just.
Another film broke is on it, that's why she would be the person. Like be something.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why she's gonna get her.
All right, yeah, just let her know. We'll just get out. Okay. Yeah, so like all business, there is none. So, yeah.
We're gonna discuss candidates, or we're gonna try to wait.
That's gonna wait.
Yeah, let's see if we can get.
Yeah. Let's get to the end and then, see where we are. Okay, on to new business, anything on the agenda that we should?
Yes,
Like,
we do have two public hearings, this month.
Okay.
One is, Ken Interval applied for a conditional use, to put solar panels on the accessory structure on his residential property. He has obtained a variance from the zoning hearing board to do that because the accessory structure, where it exists currently, it's legally non-conforming, but it's within the setbacks. So he unfortunately had to get, a variance to do that. It's also the exact scenario that the planning commission is looking at an ordinance right now to kind of remedy this situation, because we've had a lot of applications come through in the past 2 years for this exact type of project. So the full inclusion of what he's trying to do is just to put these solar panels on the garage structure on his property. The planning commission was working with him, but obviously he needed that zoning hearing board approval. Planning commission did not want to hold him up because of their lack of quorum. So that was the reason that they made a motion to recommend approval, but we are going to ratify that at the meeting, the day before your public hearing. So you guys will have that on your agenda to discuss. Mr. Interval understands that he needs to attend and put on a presentation. He's not represented by an attorney or any kind of project manager. But he's very knowledgeable about the panels and what he's doing in his project and can put on like a nice presentation. So he understands that process, that his neighbors will get noticed and whatnot. We didn't have any public comment at the planning commission from neighbors or anything. And then you also will have a public hearing on your agenda for the data center zoning ordinance amendment. And so again, that will be another hearing where you'll have a court reporter and we'll take public comment and you'll consider that ordinance amendment. But those are the two main things on the agenda that you have going on for this month.
Yeah, I was at the planning commission meeting. This year.
Yes.
Yeah, so he was very thorough, knows all about it, so plenty very well. And the document and everything about it. Okay. All right. Good. Let's see. Yeah, you know that we were.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. So you guys have my report, the Montgomery Road project, which was a stormwater, project, the grant we got from the county, was completed, and I did some closeout paperwork today. The administrator is the North Hills COG, so they will be handling all the administrative paperwork and payment through the county. Bellwood Drive, the stormwater, piping we put in last year, the public works guys have started on that now. now that the first kind of wave of paving is over. They're working on cleaning up some stormwater issues in Bellwood, in preparation for us paving. Fair Run, Fish Run are still kind of at a standstill. I submitted 3 Act 13 grants, last week. 2 of which you guys are aware of, one of which is new, should be on the next agenda. Representative Bencat called me last week, and implored us to also pursue the flood mitigation grant for Bear Run. So I got that submitted, and we'll be able to submit our resolution post. So that shouldn't hinder that application. And I have a letter of support being written by both Senator Robinson's office and Representative Bencat for those applications. The first comprehensive plan meeting for the recreation park and open space will take place on June 10th here. If anyone would like to participate, well, actually, this is a closed meeting for the first one. Just for the committee to get all on the same page.
Why is it closed?
I mean, I guess it's not closed, anyone can show up, but it's not being publicly advertised, because it's like an onboarding with the consultants that kind of get everything started before we do our public outreach.
So it's not a Sunshine Act meeting then?
Yeah, there's no deliberation.
No.
Yeah, okay.
It's just the first meeting with our.
Good.
Great,
Basically, yeah, just trying to get everything moving. The resident concern log that we've been talking about went live today. I still got to work out a few kinks. But specifically around wanting to only get resident concerns from residents, but not from people outside of the borough. And so we're working through that. Once I get everything, or with Andy's assistance, it's been great. Get that taken care of. We'll start advertising that and it's up and rolling.
So when people call in and have a complaint, will you say, go to the website and log this, or?
So I've kind of been thinking about this. We get so many like little calls that are just like administrative functions, right? Someone calls with a question. We're not gonna log every question we get because it takes seconds to answer it. I see it more as in like bigger concerns, that we're gonna, aggressively log, but we are gonna push residents towards this first, so that we have data.
So like my pothole ate my dog, can you help me out with that?
That's probably more going on there, than like, someone calling because the trash didn't get picked up, like, we're not gonna log every trash pickup,
Right. I'm just thinking, like, if I called with a complaint and the person said to me, go to the website.
Yeah.
I might be a little annoyed by that.
Well, the way we handle it now, so, for example, you call with a road related question, right? So your development was getting paved, you had a question about that, you call in, you're redirected to Gary. Gary is either in his office to answer that question immediately, or he'll respond to the voicemail, right? And so that'll still be available. There's just gonna be a new option where if you want to submit without calling in, you have that capacity.
I see.
It's kind of opens up.
So if someone called in, you're not gonna say, we're not gonna be able to do the phone, you have to go to the website.
We can let them know that that option is available.
Right, but
But we're not
not,
gonna turn people away.
gotcha.
Are we able to, I know I've seen this before, so you get on phone and say, I can take your complaint over the phone, or if you want to get, you could go to the website. We then text them a link or something, or email them a link to where they can fill out, so they feel like they're not really.
For our website.
So they're feeling like they're being taken care of.
People will, and it's happened to me, I've answered the phone a lot the last 2 weeks. And people will say, well, I'll say that information is available on our website. Can you tell me where to go? I'll walk them through every step on where to go to get what they need. So it's not like we just tell people, go to our website.
And then hang up the phone.
Right.
I think the feature of saying, would you like me to send you an email or a text with a link to the.
I think
might
the-
make them happy.
The real value of this would be you'll be able to track. Right, so like, you'll know when the resolution is taken. Whether or not you like that resolution.
So that's a
Separate issue.
Yeah, but, by going through the portal.
Is it a database for us to have access to, or how does it work?
I haven't got that far
All right,
yet.
yeah.
Right now I have it set up where as complaints come in, I'm one of the administrators of the portal. And I'll assign them to the appropriate director heads every morning when I come in, make part of my regular routine.
I'm just thinking about the mayor's original, issue here, which is that
We can
I'm
do it.
gonna make a bunch of I'm getting a bunch of calls about X, Y, or Z things, and I've got a hot spot here, but I don't know that it's being
Yeah,
resolved, and I'm still getting, so if I could see a global database. of
I can
this-
part, I can make it part of my monthly report. I know what we're getting. And
I
that
get
way,
dailies, I mean,
Yeah,
monthly's not.
So I'm thinking like, for example, if we, receive email from resident, right, complaining about something. Can we forward that email to you and
Yep.
then you can
put it into
put
the
that
system.
in the system and then
that's something we can do, yeah.
also at the same time,
Cause like,
Can you-
I don't see a lot of the complaints you get, like, so if the mayor talks about.
Unless we
complaints he
forward them
gets,
to you.
I have no idea what happened.
If we're gonna keep a central database, then we need to forward them to Zach or whoever, so they can be populated into the system, so they can be kept and tracked.
And the bulk, like, the purpose of this isn't so much for the police, it's like,
Yeah.
this would be my side of the environment.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
I think if there were a police complaint, they would just go to the police department. These are,
And, I mean. I don't like your side and my side,
Yeah,
that
Well, I-
represent all of the residents for
Yes.
all of their complaints.
but
So-
the side that I represent isn't public safety.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but I hear on both sides.
Yeah.
I hear complaints on both sides.
Is the
And so
database
I need to be able
supposed
to respond to all of the residents, not just if they have a police issue. And that's where my issues come.
so not only we can document the complaint, and we also need to come up with like some kind of solution, right? Just like how we deal with this situation. And so I know that we have a database of the complaint. And shall we also include a little bit of information regarding like the solution, you know, and what we have done to address this complaint?
Yeah, so that would be a part of the process,
Yeah.
right? So, the first thing is submittal, next would go to the department head, and then from there, they would clear that submittal. With whatever, process needs to take place, and then close it out, which would give a notification back to the side.
Now, we get little printouts of notices of violations. Would it help if we got printouts of that database in our work packet, so we can kind of review it before the meeting and see if there's anything that if we did that, Zach, we could also, again, identify hotspots, things that are going on right now that we might have to deal with as a collective
Yeah.
council. That maybe that's the solution.
Yeah, that I agree. So at the beginning, and we probably still need to find the best way to, connect the, data or find a solution, but gradually, and I think we'll become better,
Yeah, and it becomes more popular, but like I said, we're gonna fix the, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. Cause I'd like, the common residents who live here, instead of people passing through.
Then they better
upset
put-
about, the interchange or,
Can they just put down their address in the?
So the option that we
authenticate.
had originally where you could submit anonymous or, submit with your information, we're gonna try to change it. So,
Well, it's just like when they stand up at the
Yeah.
mic, just say, what they want to have it's the same thing.
Yeah.
well, if they called you, they would tell you who they were.
Yeah.
Right, so.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense,
Yeah.
because otherwise. It's hard to track, are we solving your problem if we don't know who you are?
Exactly.
So,
So, and I would assume most people that are gonna do it, are gonna want to know some sort of resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
Of what takes place, and so that involves them.
so, yeah, I don't know that anonymous is really. something
That wouldn't
at
work,
this
yeah.
point. It'll be interesting to see how many people actually use it versus.
Yes, I assume once we get everything worked out and we start adding it to our newsletters, and especially when our fall one gets pushed, like the
Yeah.
hard copy, like it being written up in there, I think that's when they.
It's like a separate landing page.
Yeah, so if
Okay.
you go to our website right now.
So then you put a QR code in the newsletter so they can hit the QR code to get to the landing page, yeah.
So
They don't need a URL.
it's on the front page, on the service areas on the left, top one, resident consent.
Yeah.
So,
I think it needs to get out on social media too.
Oh, for sure.
I will, as soon as I get it worked out.
And if we can do QR code, it seems to be easier.
Yeah.
Oh, right, that's great.
Is it ready with 27th June so that we can work broaden the.
At the festival at the park, like,
That's
Yeah,
great.
we'll have a
I
stand.
mean, she'll get in and say, hey.
You take this QR code.
Yeah, so you can go to your store. If I get something. Yeah,
Where is it again?
It's all the time, something like that. He said he has second.
Andy, that's something. Almost, the resident complaint, can we get all bucks, it's fine.
Festival, the park.
Festival, the park, information and that. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm planning for.
I think you need like a flag like thing in the air.
Here's,
Just to say, I'm here to feedback, but I don't know if that helps or not.
Yeah, it's not a handout, it could be like, yes, thing, something. It's a stand,
Yeah.
clear thing.
Yeah, I'll get something. That'll be nice.
Zach, have you seen, I saw the library board's notes,
Yes.
that they're approving their new agreement. Have you seen a copy of it?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I'm on their finance board, so I've sat in on those meetings. I'm not gonna be friendly again this year, but I have not seen this sign yet. So, as soon as I have it, you guys will get a copy of it, but I have.
What are we doing now?
Oh, yeah, sorry, stop, yeah, anything else?
Dirt sugar.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, there's something else, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I already thought.
Good catch.
Yeah, my brain was. First is the DCNR multimodal grant that'll be coming out here, shortly. I wanted to try and pursue one of a few options. The low hanging fruit in my mind is applying for some sort of connectivity. That's the kind of consensus we've gotten over and over again from our comp plan, from the residents that keep coming to communicate with us. Whether that be, sidewalks, trails, et cetera. This would be specifically more towards your hardscape, your traditional sidewalks. I think that course, I gave you the separate options that are available on this. Which would be sidewalks, crosswalks, bike lanes, route designations, and highway noise and or sound barriers. So those are some of the issues that we kind of see. Specifically, we've talked at length about the sidewalk connection on Reese Run, which would be pretty low hanging fruit, and then continuing to pursue crosswalk outside Old Orchard, that we already spent for the permitting and not found the construction cost for it yet. So my intention was to try to pursue this 70-30 match. If that's a $200,000 project, that's
140, right? This is 70, they put it 70 or those.
We put it 30, so 60,000.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. So that was kind of my original thoughts, $100,000 min, $3 billion max. Obviously, we've discussed with the residents at length about noise and sound barriers. Unfortunately, we don't have property control in order to pursue that in a way that I think that would be beneficial for the community inside.
So that was actually something I wanted to ask and bring up. I heard from residents that she's asking about the crosswalk.
Yeah.
Between Rochester and, over Rochester going to Old Orchard, and no, it was on former mayor.
Yeah.
So that was something I was gonna ask about, and I
Yeah.
think that, like you said, would be a great
Yeah.
option, especially because we already spent money on it.
Yep, there's 2 grants this year that I've intended to pursue for this, right? So one being this, and the second one being the county funding we got for the playground, the GDTD, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, it's the abbreviations.
What are the application dates
So-
for this?
So August for the one, as well as July 31st.
Okay.
As I kind of get there, I'll have a resolution ready for you guys to review. But I wanted some guidance from you first on where we kind of want to go.
how we wanted to pursue this.
So you laid it out, we can go after the money for the crosswalk and we can go after the money for the rest of the.
I know when we talked about recently before, the resident was pretty anti us doing it, and so that kind of leads the question of. We want to pursue that, but just finishing the crosswalk is $100,000, so that wouldn't be enough to pursue this. So I need to package it with something else.
Yeah, that sidewalk along Race Run gives me pause. Number one, because the resident is so opposed to it,
Yeah.
which again, we have the right to do, as I explained to the resident, but I don't know that that's necessarily
Right thing to do.
the right thing to, not only because of their opposition, but because are there other things that maybe are a little bit more impactful that we're not thinking about right now? It's just because that's what we've heard about a lot.
Yeah, I was trying to look at, based on our comp plan, it talks about connectivity from communities to our parks. And so that's a pretty easy connectivity right into the rest of the network that goes to Old Orchard.
Yeah.
Right? So that hits that need, and is a part of what the community expressed they wanted, but I could look for other avenues that accomplish that same goal. And maybe a property that someone's more willing to, more receptive to work with us.
Yeah, not that I'm opposed to that. I obviously think that's a great spot to have connectivity, but I
Yeah.
think maybe something other than a full run sidewalk right there. And there may even be other spots along Race Run that could help. No, I know, but we had talked about something out of the right of way and they were open to that. They're gonna talk to their neighbors, so I don't know where those conversations landed. I don't know, I think maybe before we decide on that. we should
I can
look
try
into-
to come back at pre-meeting with a couple options, places that I think we could infill
Okay,
that might be valuable. And then try to go from there, but again, July 31st, due date, so.
yeah.
Run it up again.
The sooner I know, the better, because then I can start getting, letters of support put together, getting my package all filled out.
And remind me again why we were not considering sidewalks along Rochester over by Franklin Elementary?
There's residents, there are a few residents that.
That are vehemently opposed.
Yes.
The-
On project.
Because of the residents that would cross their property, assuming?
Yeah, and the setback is fairly short. The house is very close to the road, it is a very minimal. The amount of space, like a typical house, like the house that Reese run, that we just talked about, it is quite far back in comparison. Rochester Road, these houses that have been there for like 100 years.
Yeah.
It is incredibly close, so if you were to fall sidewalk,
Like right next to the front
it's
door.
right, so the door, I mean, I understand it's a right of way, easement, right, all that stuff, but. You're opposing a sidewalk and. Then you got the compliance of, okay, well, that's sidewalk, then maybe shovel it, right, so.
Yeah.
Deal with non-compliance. I understand it's hugely impactful, it's gotta be another option.
Yeah,
What about
what about a crosswalk and not going in front of those houses?
What's that?
What about a crosswalk and crossing to the other side of the road? Those houses are set back a little bit farther.
But there's no access to the.
You're talking about the parcel.
Oh, you mean
the
walk
house
to
is
the
really close.
crosswalk.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
It's all road, there's no really walkway.
I guess it depends on
Somebody
where you're
have to
coming
walk me
from.
to the crosswalk and cross the road.
If you're coming like from, what's the road where the Settlers Walk sign is, where you can connect back to, Scarlet Ridge?
Oh,
Like the first, if you're going west on Rochester, the
Are you
first
talking about
road
this, are
on
you
the
talking about
right.
this, Sellers Walk road that's kind of like not connected to the rest of Sellers Walk?
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay, yeah,
The big sweeping left.
yes,
yeah, there are sidewalks like coming out and those three homes or whatever are part of Sellers Walk, I understand.
Yeah.
But once you get close to the school on this side of Sellers Walk, there are like
Two houses.
two houses, right?
1, 2, 3, 4 that are super close to the road. So they've been grandfathered in. We don't have sidewalks through.
but can you, where there is existing sidewalk, can you cross over? Have a crosswalk and a
Those
sidewalk on
houses
the other
are the
side.
Same thing, they're the old film homes that are close to the road.
Okay.
1, 2, like almost across from. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about on the same side of Rochester as Franklin.
Yeah, it's the, community off of, Stevenson. their sidewalks kind of end abruptly. And then there's some 3 houses in a row that are pretty close to the road, and then across the street, where the sidewalks pick up again. So I understand what you're saying about trying to cross.
Yeah.
But there's 3 driveways in a row, right where that cross section would be. So it's not, I don't know if it's feasible. We could make something work, but the ideal would be just to connect Sellers Walk to,
Yeah, the existing.
yeah.
Both abandoned bees.
So,
Both abandoned bees.
Right,
so-
Fields already has a.
Same.
For this fence here,
Side.
right, but. This fence here, the ideal connection would be to this. And all this together.
Okay, well, maybe let's all try to brainstorm, think about something between now and the next 2 weeks. If there's an
I
area.
think there's like an easy. Already kind of done, you know, small sections that we've already identified that weren't very impactful on residents, we've already kind of fixed, like the one we did on Wedgewood last year. Now it's, you know, whether or not we're gonna start forcing it when people don't want it.
The only thing I would mention is for Southern Walk, Pioneer Drive. Which if you're coming east from like Nicholson Road, it's first entrance for Southern Walk. There might be an opportunity there going to activity to curve around Pioneer Drive, because I'm pretty sure it's still part of Southern Walk. Oh, yeah, so sure. Yeah, so. It's brighter. So you can probably climb a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is also the property, and then cross over here. There is a very small piece, area that is on sidewalk on it. That might be an opportunity.
You mean from the school?
Yes. The school, yeah. The school does have a playground, and there are people using it. So that might be one, it might be very minimal cost.
That way, we're gonna put it in like a fish crosswalk.
Oh, yeah.
It's been 100,000 for this. I think it's really funny for the breeze run. Plus the stretch, so you probably close to 253. Everyone
For that one crosswalk.
Man, it's already designed now, so I mean, in theory, you know,
Carbon copy.
that's what I'm thinking, yeah, the question is the. Altogether.
But that is a connectivity, that's not an option, that's selling a lot, a big chunk of it.
Yeah.
It's not the other person, but you could technically walk through all of something, walk the other way. Yeah.
You sure could.
I've done it.
Your stuff, so.
Yeah,
If we're gonna pursue, like, closing all these gaps, I think it'd be beneficial eventually, not something we do now, to have our engineer go out and get an actual GIS map of what we have, what we don't have. So we know these exact locations that when grants are gonna be available, we're not scrambling to find something, we know we're there.
And we're not guessing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
I can try to get input from, Sean to see what that would look like,
Okay,
all
first.
parcel wise before we, get.
Definitely.
Right up on the check.
Yeah, yeah.
That's $2 billion.
Is signage a part of this, improvements to sign, I don't know, I mean, improvements on signage,
They work fascinating.
crosswalk signs, like.
Flashing.
Flashing.
That would all be, so, I believe that would all be a part of that process. Sean's already gone, but they have to like notify, how far the crosswalk is so far back. So that's all kind of built into your permit with PennDOT, of what you're trying to install for the whole process.
Yeah, if we're not building an actual crosswalk, it's
Right, can we just put a pedestrian crossing sign out or slow, watch children?
Rochester State too. So, state rules.
the speeding, the flashing, speed sign.
But all our major arteries was where we need the most
Right.
connectivity are state or county roads, and we're gonna be playing the state or county rules.
Okay, off the top of your head, do you know if they
Cheap.
object to those signs
With that.
The flashing signs in the.
or any signs or
Anything.
pedestrian crossing?
I have to talk with Sean, I mean, he's
Oh,
the
that's fine.
expert on, you know, what they will and will not approve.
And Zach, I had one with, just follow up, because we talked about this cell tower, we're gonna get the engineer to give us a.
Yes, I
little
want to
updated
do
map.
Yeah, because when you guys talked about it, I wasn't there, so I
Yeah.
didn't know my marching orders.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
fell right into the,
Okay,
into the wish list.
yeah.
So we're putting on your list.
Yeah, and then my other thing to discuss, since I've been here, it's a topic that comes up a lot. We have a lot of like small parcels that are usually non-buildable. They're donated to us at the end of developments. And so we've kind of collected, this hodgepodge of properties, that are spread throughout the borough. And I've had multiple residents since I've started reach out about, either purchasing or leasing these properties. Most of them are on hillsides or there's stormwater right of ways, so they can't build anything on it permanently, or the developer already would have. And so we're holding on to these properties that are off the tax records. And I think there's some opportunity here to get rid of some of these properties that we're holding, that aren't developable. That means we're still gonna keep our green space while, you're bringing in a small amount of revenue at a sale, and putting it back on the tax roll, which would be beneficial to us.
Wait, so they'd like to purchase or lease because it's adjacent to their property?
Correct, yeah, so.
But they don't want to do anything with it that would be messing with our stormwater or.
I mean, let's say you have a half-acre lot and you buy another half-acre lot, but it has a major stormwater right away through it, right? You can't build anything on it, but now you have a 1 acre lot in Franklin Park.
Okay,
You know what I mean? So like,
You got more yard to play.
that makes perfect
It would
sense as long
like
as.
a setback issue, like
Yeah.
someone wants to put in a pool, if they're too close to like their
Yeah.
current setback, now they might
Yeah.
have enough
It makes
room.
But like-
perfect sense as long as they're stuck holding it as green space or stormwater stuff.
yeah, cause like the couple properties, two of them, for example, on Wedgewood, right? We have our dam that comes down into there. We're holding 4 properties, where the stormwater comes off of 79. There's 2 lots that are both half-acre parcels. They're on major hillsides, you can't build on them. The right of ways for the stormwater easements are massive. They cut them basically in half. Like, there's very little you can do with them, right? Other than make some of it more your manicured yard, if you really wanted to, right? And so it's just like parcels we're holding that for no reason. They should be back to the tax rolls. Somebody should own them. And we're just holding them.
Makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Absolute perfect sense.
The other, the other more problematic ones are like the property off of Cole, right? The 5 acres that we have. I've had multiple requests, what are we doing with that, right? Obviously, that maybe could be built. It's 5 acres, but it's massive hillside, so like, a developer wasn't gonna develop it, that's why it didn't
Not
happen.
without steep slopes. I'm concerned about coughing up that kind of green space.
Yeah.
For no
And
purpose.
so that was the question of, I know that's a major key point of green space. And so like, how far on the spectrum do we wanna go, right?
I feel like if it's adjacent to the property, then it's like we're saying, oh, got half an acre, I'm gonna get a whole acre. I'm going to agree not to change its fundamental purpose, which is to be stormwater or to be green space. It's fine.
Yeah.
The issue becomes when somebody wants to grab it off of you because they might want to develop it or sell it.
Well, I mean, we can't sell directly to like individuals, it's gotta go out to bid.
Yeah.
I have 2 points. Yeah, so one is that obviously if it's
So
over a
the
certain
public
face
auction?
value, it has to be bid.
All right.
So we won't be able to guarantee that it's going to like the neighbor, right?
No.
And 2, also property that's been formally donated or dedicated to the borough for a specific purpose is covered under the Donated and Dedicated Properties Act. And therefore only Orphans Court is able to actually change that purpose. So, or change what it's been donated or dedicated for. So they would have to approve that sale as well.
Okay.
Now, that is not necessarily a large hurdle. It sounds like a big hurdle. But Orphans Court is generally pretty, and with these properties, they're still gonna maintain those same easements. We would reserve any easements, obviously, to protect our infrastructure. So it's really just kind of like going through a process, but there would be a lot of it sounds like very convenient, like, let's just sell it to the neighbor. It just like isn't that easy, unfortunately. But it's not a hurdle that's not insurmountable. It's just, there would be a process in
If the
place.
lowest bidder is not the
highest
the
bidder,
neighbor,
the shock.
yeah, sorry, if it's not the neighbor, then we just don't have to sell it, right?
That's true.
All right, well, I think that's the.
But you wouldn't be able to like re-put it up for bid
Well,
like
yeah.
3 months later.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Give us a big process anyway
Yeah. Yeah.
to offload these, and I think it sounds like based on the size and location and slope, it'll have to be case by case anyway.
Yeah, and I don't know that anyone's gonna bid on it if they can't realistically build on it,
Unless
like
it's a
other.
neighbor that's mad at another neighbor.
Well, yeah, yeah.
But then they just won't get it, right?
Yeah.
So in the rare circumstance where that's the idea, it's a spite thing, it just won't be offload that one.
Yes, regardless, is these properties fine with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the goal.
I think
for
that's a
sure.
good plan, and make sure that taxpayers aren't absorbing any of the costs, like Anna said, if you go to orphans court, somebody's gonna have to go into court with the papers and get those signed, that's money. So they're gonna have to pay for that if they're excited about getting the property.
Yeah, that was something Max mentioned, was
Yeah.
potentially like
Yeah.
having that agreement cover that cost.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So that's something that we could definitely consider.
yeah.
What would be the reason for like orphans court to like reject this?
So technically, they're like the keeper of the public interest. So their goal is to make sure that when it was dedicated or donated, so it's difficult, especially with like, if you have like park space, right? It's being used for recreation purposes, to then be like, we want to give this to a private developer, whatever. As far as when it's a property that's being held for a stormwater easement, if that stormwater easement's gonna remain, they aren't really losing that public purpose. So it wouldn't really be a hurdle, if that makes sense. It's just navigating what the public is losing. But right now, if these aren't parcels that people are like sharing, like for recreation purposes, and it's really just exists.
Like a neighbor can't come in.
I mean, most of these.
So neighbors could come and like make public comment, like people could come
They're
and.
gonna make a difference. Well, the pool don't sell so.
I mean, I've been to a few of these and I've never had anyone from the public come, but that doesn't mean anything, right? Cause you never know. So you could have the whole neighborhood show up and say they don't like it. And that probably would be, I would say it's probably similar to a variance where it's like you pretty much, as long as there's support for it and there's a reason and there isn't a bunch of opposition, you pretty much can get there. But if there's public opposition, it's gonna be difficult. Okay.
I think we should do it, we should start a program to get it done, starting with.
We just have so many of these weird little like
Yeah.
half acre lots. That has been donated to us over our development cycles. And they just, they're not serving us any purpose.
Right.
Uh,
Other than the fact that they're green space and they're handling stormwater.
Yeah, because if they were developable, they already would have been developed by the developer,
Yeah.
you know, and so. It's, we got all these oddballs that we have, you know.
Do we have a map of the Borough and the property? Just like a,
I
the
can
map,
try to
just like-
put one together with all of our properties.
Yeah, but what'll happen is your guys that are interested are gonna come to you and you're gonna go, this next to me, I want that. And you're gonna sell them. You're gonna do them one at a time. You're not gonna do 20 or 40 or
Yeah,
50 at once.
I kind of saw them as like, as the neighbors who live next to them approach us.
Yeah,
About that, there you go, you know, we have a program where we're trying to get rid of.
that's it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to pay all the costs, but you can have it if you pay.
Yeah, obviously, you know, we have to go through
Yeah.
all of our legal side, but, you know, we benefit them most.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, that's good.
One of the people that did reach out to me was about that 5 acre lot behind Cole. For different reasons other than purchasing it. He's a gentleman off of Matterhorn. It's the property, abuts our access road in, so the way that lot works, there's a little flag that comes out for us to access in and out. It's right against the back of his property. He's been maintaining it for years. He wants to plant trees on it, even though it's ours.
On the property or the road?
On the borough's property.
5 acres.
But not
No,
on the entrance, not the access road.
The access road, yeah. It's not really a road, it's just grass. Like, we've never built a road. It's just,
Would we have any reason to need one?
Andy, is that something for the?
we've never, we've had this property for a long time, never done anything with it. We've kind of dedicated this green space, you know.
So there's not infrastructure back there that we would need to get back to and maintain for any
No.
reason?
Not at this present time, no. And it's not in one of the locations we discussed about needing cell towers, so it's not,
Why does he want to plant trees on it? Do you know?
he doesn't like his neighbors now, you know how.
Why do we wanna
But
help
he's also
with
been maintaining it for 30 years.
Well, you don't get any adverse possession, so.
You can't do anything with it. Yeah, grass, and then like a tree fell down and trimmed each other's in, like, you know, he is maintaining it, yes.
And he wanted to know if he could purchase just that sliver off us. I told him no. And he's like, well, can I lease it off you? And it's like, I still don't know that we would do that. I told him I'd at least bring it to the board. So. But if he can maintain it. and leave it-
He's already doing it, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, if he planted a bunch of trees in there, we could remove them. We said,
It's about buying a cow and you get milk for free.
that made me reason, if we've never needed to access it, I can't imagine any reason why. We wouldn't let him plant trees there, can you?
I mean, there's obviously like liability associated, so like. If he's gonna have like Davy's tree come out and like if someone from Davy's tree falls off the thing and breaks their leg, they're gonna sue the borough,
Sounds
not
like a
him.
dumb joint maintenance.
So-
That's gonna go bad quick.
I think if we were gonna do something like that, we'd want some kind of agreement, just like where they indemnify the borough. For anything that happens during putting the trees up, the maintenance of them or the removal of them.
Yeah.
Just to kind of like cover our bases, but I don't think that would, it doesn't sound like it would probably be an issue
never
for the
give up,
property owner.
never given up an X. This would be new.
There's no road.
What's that?
There's no actual road, so it's.
I mean,
access
it's
to-
our access to our acreage from a roadway.
So he'd be putting a tree in blocking our access to our 5 acres that's landlocked.
Yeah.
But technically, anyone can like go back there and use that, right? And if you plant trees, then I'm arguing
Yeah,
against.
yeah,
And
my
there's
rationale.
not an existing road, so it's not like some
It's-
resident can just drive back in there,
But
right?
you could walk presumably, right?
And in theory.
I guess you could walk back.
Is there any grass there or brush?
Yeah,
or
it
what's there?
looks like a manicured yard, you know, and like.
He mows it?
Oh, yeah, he's been taking care of it 25 years.
Our 5 acres.
You
Yeah.
can't really make it happen.
Oh, no, our 5 acres,
Yeah.
the flag lot, right? So like, he owned this whole parcel, right? And so this is the flag in, he lives here and he maintains it. He wants to plant trees, so he doesn't look at his neighbor's house.
Actually, I've changed my mind. I don't think so. Because there's just too many potential issues, right?
Put up a fence on his yard.
Yeah.
Kind of an accident way to die.
Yeah.
So we have been like, doing something,
Also, he's
they are
talking
like
to
for
five
not
acres.
the 25%.
What about back to the 5
I
acres?
mean,
that they own?
just technically probably has that versus.
Maybe we should post
The
that.
question
up there and
is,
say,
have
this
we
is
ever
5
told
acres,
them
you
we
should go
can't
enjoy
do
it.
that? Do we ever tell them you can't?
Maybe that's
It's like
what we need
the
to
grass,
do.
like, it would be a very
Trail
factual
of that 5
heavy,
acres.
he'd have to go to court and
Yeah.
establish that and prove it, so, and I don't think there's, I'm trying to think, other than Tim's probably the only person who's been here that long. So I'm not worried about it, but that, yeah, if that's the case, it's actually been 25 years of him doing that and we told him to stop or we haven't encouraged that behavior. Technically, he could make that kind of, like,
I mean, I didn't think adverse possession went against the government.
oh, wait, no, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, you're
We're
right.
fine.
Yeah, you're right,
good.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
we're
just
never
a
mind.
little bit feel like,
Yeah,
just
there's actually
just
no
don't do anything.
Or like not selling it. This lot?
Yeah.
Because it's green space, that's the only reason we would not sell. There's 2 lot acres, or 2 lot green.
I think Laura and I want to have some park over there. We were just talking about it. If there's a
Yeah.
grant for that.
Are you
I think
gonna-
we have some park over there.
We have another active that's straight up the golf.
Can we put sidewalks?
They want to sidewalk into the park.
Maybe we have a tree buffer and invite people to
Man.
mill around back there.
I'm sure you could put trails through there.
Yeah.
I don't know how receptive the community would be to want people walking through there.
No, so
Oh,
I think it's just little bit, and so it's just, we just don't do anything.
Yeah.
If, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I think.
What's the acre cost now, the borough? Is it 81,000? What is it?
Buildable information.
Yeah, for a buildable, a non-buildable or?
That's the only people must be.
Yeah, less than that. So,
I don't know, guys right next to it.
Yeah.
If he got a hold of it, you could certainly subdivide.
Yeah,
If you
I mean,
built on it.
then you have to like build this, I mean,
Yeah,
you could do it.
Could do it, do it,
You have these landlocked properties, kind of,
unless he subdivided it.
that makes an actual like road for road.
Yeah,
so we're not entertaining.
that's a bad idea. It's a.
No,
You have to have the spot.
I told him I'd even bring it up, so
Even though we're gonna have a nice park there. but-
that's everything that I have.
Football course thing. Kidding. Don't put that down. Quote. Great friend.
But
It's yeah, another property.
When I tried an innovative thing.
Yes. We have green properties.
Yeah, are you looking at?
And don't think it really backwards.
I don't think so.
What
Turf.
do we bought?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at every property that we have that is, you know, within, you know.
It's not being.
Like,
Honestly, we're not, we don't play like, they're doing things.
I thought myself out.
If they don't need that. The series, I use it.
Or into them.
Yeah, we put like a temporary zone.
Probably there's organized list by school.
Obviously,
Wait, but that's,
What? Oh, my God.
yeah, that was an cross. Yeah,
Which property you're talking about?
it's a cross.
The garden, especially.
Oh, you're talking about the property across the street.
Oh, no, that's not.
Okay.
You don't know
Yeah,
those four people.
Yeah,
outdoors.
so that's like 10 acres.
Yeah.
We thought.
But he's not having to work up there.
Well, the benefit of that is that it's blocking. I'm sensing lots.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's where sewage ends right in the.
Oh, really?
There's probably big lot,
Where do you fish?
so space.
Sometimes I'll just mess around with
It
hard
doesn't- well, you can have one safe in the sense, so, yeah. Somebody want to really-
No, you can't go to the park after dusk. All of them close.
Right on the clock.
No, all of them close at dusk.
You're not gonna get it.
Oh.
In violation. Oh, yeah. So we'll say we're.
That's everywhere they're trying to dusk parks.
I saw this fish.
Okay, down, like.
They had a, like, for mini course day for middle school.
Uh-huh.
But my husband takes them there all the time. Fish, they love it.
It'd be passive recreation.
So-
I was part of the old.
Orphans Court again. Yeah, or we just give you some brief,
It's fun. My
like
kids love doing it.
subsequently, like do a menu agreement.
No one says, "Oh, it's quiet."
My wife.
I was gonna say, the price
You
comes
don't think
really
I'll
nice.
something
like,
about
oh,
Yeah, on some property, so that was a reason that they originally agreed to that, they wanted to start the development and, was development.
Okay. We gotta find a way around.
You still.
You probably could, you probably could find a way, around it,
Yeah.
especially for someone, so that's like not super.
There's the one
That's
that
really-
I
you can
have
stop
a
it permanent.
good bit of.
It's something you can
stuff
still
so I know
like
it's
that.
not-
Yeah.
That's okay.
I think you could probably, we could find.
So, don't worry about it.
Like the farmhouse.
Oh, you guys have executive session.
He's in the property as well.
I mean, it's just temporary, all this plan is being figured out, so if you're at least for 5 years, you can please figure something out.
I thought it was more the, because right now there's the, us and the that property, the whole done that whole corner.
I mean, if they,
Let's go try to work with police departments.
There was something in that.
So something else.
What's going on here?
then I've heard of it, that's.
Beach Reserve, yeah. They have like an old farmhouse with barns that were redone, where they had, well, they cleaned up the barn for new. The farmhouses, you can store there, like education, and then the property is used to like walk trail, river walking. Yeah, I think eventually after this, all of them done, I thought was try to partner with them. They have a location in, like.
I know.
Very where I live.
I know, we're not
Actually,
there together.
Actually, Butler, they don't have anything with this side of the city.
That might be-
I don't think I've actually had a meal today yet.
That's what I mean.
Had a lot of snacks.
That was the goal, to help cost of the goal.
That'll be fun.
No, it's,
Well, still maintain.
yeah, it's definitely.
Sorry.
Right now, it's sit there.
Yeah. In public money, it would be developed real fast.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that price was doing eat something. That's exactly the price of art. Also sewage.
Oh, yeah.
How do you guys pull that off? So that makes more sense. Then you can't approach us. Yeah. Yeah, and they're not being able to develop it.
Yeah.
Or makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, so we are out of agenda items and,
Have an executive, feels like you're executive,
Yeah.
sorry.
no,
You wanna,
but,
did your friend ever respond? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
No, and I emailed her as well.
I think that sounds.
okay, so we're down to our candidates and
Yeah.
like we have,
Well, she has some things and I have some things.
Yeah. go for it.
Do you wanna go first?
Yeah, I can. So I have three main things to talk about. But I guess we can start with something that we've heard about a lot today, which was the lunch visit that McCandless Township did at North Allegheny Senior High School. So we have free lunch periods. Usually throughout the front half of the school year, we have colleges and reps that come throughout each of those periods. But they were able to come in more recently to talk about a controversial policy that they thought would definitely affect a lot of members of our school. So it was about the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They had a proposal to, I guess, incorporate, the customs enforcement officers into their police department. Is what I believe. I can probably find more information on that if anyone's interested, but that's just what their, visit was about. And right after their meeting at our school, they had 400 members come to their next meeting, which was an insane turnout for them. So, the junior council person there also goes to my school. He was telling me how, they had a significant spike in youth, I guess, attendance for not only the meeting where, the public meeting where they were talking about ICE and the police, combination situation, but also they were able to retain a lot of visitors just because, they found out about the fact that there is McCandless Township and that they hold public meetings that are available to the public. So, I know that we do a lot of things that I think people at our school would be interested about. And so, recently at the panel, which one of our interviewees was talking about, it was broadcasted on the news, and right after that, at school, what happened was a lot of people, the junior council person, sorry, of McCandless Township actually talked about it on the panel, and he mentioned that, or he asked if Franklin Park Borough did a similar thing to me, and, I know that we haven't done anything like that recently. I wasn't sure that we'd done anything like that in the past in terms of coming to our school. So, but, after that, we did have school, and a lot of people were actually interested in having, our borough come to our school. And obviously that wouldn't be this school year because, there's Thursday, Friday left. But definitely it could be something that we worked on over the summer. And I know I'm bringing all of these things to you guys very last minute in terms of my position here. But, I was thinking it could be just 3 lunch periods. They go from 10:30 to 12:45, which is maybe like, a couple hours that, I know everyone here is working, so I'm not expecting like everyone to, be able to show up for that, but hopefully if we were able to do something like that, because, there was a lot of people that were interested, especially in hearing about the, organizations that we do. I know, especially with Alpstan, which is something that our borough works with, right, for our wastewater treatment. They have a lot of events. There's so much outreach that we do. And then the festival, in the park, I think a lot of people know about that, especially because we do a great job of putting those signs out at neighborhoods, but that could definitely be, spread out more and talked about more because, students, especially at the senior high school that I go to, it's just 11th and 12th grade, they're very interested because now it's starting to affect them. We do have people that are now like 18 and they're like eligible to vote. I'm not 18 yet, so I'm not eligible to vote, but obviously I do care about these kinds of things. So there's, a lot of interest in that. And then, yeah, data centers, sorry, I just wrote down a couple of notes. So data centers is something that's really interesting to a lot of us because, AI and everything like that. And so I know that in terms of talking about what the borough does, it's like great work that everyone does here. And I think it's really important that we share that. And so that way more people can come to our public meetings, but also that we retain those visitors and also that we have younger people coming to a lot of our, public meetings because from what I'm sure we've all noticed, we don't usually have any, members of the youth at our public meetings, which could be very helpful if we did have them just to hear their opinion, in terms of what the different, the motions are that people are passing, and obviously their public comments that they could, be doing. And so in terms of that, that's just one outreach thing I think that we could work on over the summer. Maybe I don't think it would take too much planning, just, reaching out to our school and then seeing what availability they have or what availability everyone else has, if that's something that anybody is interested in. And so the second thing kind of has overlap with that, it's social media. And so I know that one of the previous junior council persons, Julia O'Keefe, actually worked with, Officer Leach in, expanding the social media outreach. And I think that's another great way to access the youth, especially because of how many of us are glued to our phones. And, another one of the interviewees had a great point. We don't step outside, right? So I think if there are physical, stands and stuff like that, that's great for people that do travel that maybe might just drive past it though. So I think a great way to make sure that it's solid, it's there, and it's kind of hard to miss is by expanding our Instagram. Last time I checked, the Instagram was 2 regular meetings ago. So I probably should have checked before this meeting. But I do think we can do a better job at least making it a little bit more attractive to the youth. And I don't mean putting like weird graphics and stuff on that, but maybe more consistent posting, or this might be a little bit redundant because I know there's a lot of great stuff on the website, but maybe boosting the website a little bit more, because I know that we've talked about having that new, like, I guess, organizational situation of how people can organize their complaints. I think boosting that with QR codes, maybe posting a lot about it, and also just boosting the website so that way people can look at these agendas a lot more and then see when the meetings are so they can attend the meetings. It'd be a great thing, not just for the youth, but also for people that are actively on social media. And so the last thing is something that I actually was thinking about when I was interviewing for this position, and it was about the festival in the park. So as we know, festivals and especially fireworks, it's lots of pollution, right? And I'm not at all suggesting we get rid of fireworks. I'm instead suggesting that I know there's a lot of trash and things that we do that are in our control in terms of the cleanup processes. So I did talk to Ms. Chetai a little bit about who does the cleanup, and there are a couple volunteers at our school. There's overlapping interest with the people who want the lunch period visits and the volunteers. So it just goes to show how many youth like actually want to be involved in our communities. So as for the cleanup, hopefully after the festival in the park, we'd be able to do a cleanup of maybe a couple, like 30 or 40 volunteers. Anika mentioned she was the first interviewee that we've done cleanups in the past. We've worked with Bradford Woods Borough, and they were great in being able to help us get that process started. But now we have all the materials that are necessary, the vests, the papers, if those are needed, and things like that, so that way we could get that cleanup process going. And if organizations do want us to volunteer there, that would be great. It's just a great way for people to be involved in something that we already do. It'd also be free for you guys, so that's a huge plus. Because it probably doesn't require much extra work in terms of organizing anything, insofar as we have high interest for all of these things, from especially the senior high school. I can't really speak on behalf of the intermediate high school, but I have a sister who is in the intermediate high school, so I could probably gaslight her into getting some of her friends to come with us in terms of cleaning up. But they'll already be there, so we can just maybe, well, I was thinking the day after, maybe.
Because it'll be dark, right?
Yeah.
After the fire. You guys are gonna be, you can't see what's going on when it's dark. I don't think, you'd have to do it the day after.
Yeah.
So we need to send somebody in. From the borough.
Okay, you go first.
Yeah, we offer overtime for our parks guys coming up the next day, so by letting someone else do it free and not.
Collective bargaining.
Correct, yeah, and so that would be.
So you get that right. We've got a contractual obligation to actually pay people.
Yeah, none of, I don't think that like a park cleanup day would be great, like maybe even like the week after. After we had all our high traffic, but the next day, just. Yeah.
My only buzzkill for this would be anyone who's under 18, we would need their parents to sign a waiver for them. Because we have that waiver that we use with the EAC. And everyone who's 18 obviously can waive their own liability, but anyone who is under 18, we would need parents to sign off. So that would just be something we want to be very careful that we have one of those for every single individual, just makes.
Okay, then a quick tweak to the idea would be, we wouldn't even have to do it a week after, assuming that, it would be cleaned up pretty well. Maybe like at some point in the year after there's a bunch of events going on and it's not like we're paying the people to do their cleanup, or they're not on like some sort of agreement with us, we could just do a cleanup for fun, I guess. Yeah, just for the betterment. And I think the waivers won't be an issue. I'm sure that everybody is definitely either of 18 age, or they're more than willing to get a test. Yeah.
Also, Zach, couldn't they do a thing like the EAC does where they have them clean up of the road? If they have enough volunteers, they can maybe organize something like that. Yeah. Yes.
Like the plant cleanup,
And that wouldn't be an issue in collective bargaining.
Shouldn't be, as long as you find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
especially with the back road up in the Blueberry.
Yeah.
Where we have all of our, compost, everything else, it's always a mess.
Yeah, so there's definitely opportunities there.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like very comprehensive.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to, I think you know this, I wonder if the folks at North Allegheny know this, but all of our meetings are recorded and streamed on, so there's actually a channel I could see those.
Zoom links to sign up ahead of time, and this registry thing, we could get that up on social media, maybe even put them in our bios or some things in our bio that you can join these things if you can't physically be present.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
You're absolutely right about the Instagram, but we definitely put more of a focus on Facebook because of the property owners who live here.
That's
use
the age
Facebook.
group.
Yeah.
But I think what you're
Children are obviously the Instagram.
What you're saying is your social media collection is quite different.
Write material for Facebook, it would be very easy to
Yeah.
transfer that over, right? So, yeah, and obviously if that's any extra work for you guys, I know that a lot of the interviewees would also probably like to carry this on because they were all, I mean, I know almost every single one of them, and they are all very much applicants that would be willing to do something with social media and maybe carry it over to Instagram or, I don't really think, I don't have TikTok, so I don't know how that works, but probably Instagram. Like carry it over so that way it wouldn't be too much extra work on like anyone here that's already in charge of the Facebook.
Those social media posts would go to, like you said, the intended audience in the high school. Because that's where they would be, that would be where they would be seen, so.
Yeah, I think there's a way to enjoy it. Okay, I don't know though. I'm not a social media.
It sounds like we're creating a social media.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Support
I
group.
fully get it. I just thought there might be a way to like connect to
Yeah.
people on Instagram too, which is just hopefully the person sees it.
So we did know if suggestion of having multiple volunteers. Much like a advisory board or something, is possible once we're and writing with the MBC, the borough ordinances. You were gonna talk about that.
Yeah, one of the candidates that came and interviewed talked about, the possibility of having like a youth committee, right? Or not so much a council, obviously, they're not gonna be able to vote, but like a board or a separate committee specifically for more than just one, junior council person who's interested in local government, right? And I didn't know what the structure that looked like, what we've allowed to do, not allowed to do.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, I would have to look at the borough code to see what we're allowed to create committees for, because some are specifically established. Even if we had the right to just create a committee, we would have to set up, a purpose for that committee. We'd want to keep it probably relatively narrow. Again, with it being minors involved, there would be different implications. So definitely something we can look into and get like a little bit more information back at least to Zach, and then, he can share that with you if we think that that's something that we would want to pursue, but I can get a read on if that's even feasible.
I could see something like an advisory liaison committee for the high school, like for junior and senior high school or something like that, something really.
Yeah, I can
narrow.
see the benefit 100% without the legal aspect, but I just need to see what wiggle room we have, but otherwise, yeah, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
That was the best part that we got.
Yeah,
It was just having to do something.
Yeah.
That vision.
I
yeah,
don't know anyone who has one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would have to look into it, but I definitely do.
we were a home rule farm. Oh, well.
You have anything else, girl? Awesome, thank you.
That's a lot.
Laura.
No idea. Do you wanna go around or just?
Oh, yeah,
fire them off?
we can go around and then discuss.
No idea, that's a great
Yeah,
start.
discuss the candidate, I guess, right?
Okay, okay, well, so do you want me to hit my issues first, or are we starting with?
Yeah. Are we going around or are we gonna discuss?
Killing me.
Wait, we're not talking about
Are we
interviewing
doing
right now.
interviews or are we doing?
I have
council
the
reports?
You got a report.
Oh, we'll do the reports, yeah, we'll just do the report,
Okay.
and then they get, then we'll discuss the interview, go to the interview, and that's it, really good.
Yeah, exactly, sorry, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, it'll be quick, we can keep it quick.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
so generally, right?
Yes. I don't know what Chris Young. Okay, I was gonna say, I can keep my word.
Okay. So what are you thinking about, finding for Borough as photovoltaic, they have used as a person long time ago, 10 years ago. It's something we could pursue, people are asking, how can we, like many people are going back to work now, asking how can we get a bus facility from the Borough.
We had, there was a park and ride, used to be on Brink School Road.
Yeah.
We had a park and ride here. Port Authority said the ridership is just not there. They were not willing to even consider it.
Comes up every couple of years.
Yeah.
So these buses don't.
Downtown.
No, yeah.
Wow. Because one of our EAC members was very big.
And I just sat in on the county comp plan, and they were talking about transportation, a big part of it, we're still.
Yeah.
It's not, we don't have a major commercial hub, which makes us viable, right? So like. High road or.
Yeah.
Oxford, I think that's not that.
The-
Dictate transportation route.
There's a one from Mechanical, one from Warranty, like this, but not from Viking Park.
Yeah. We lost ours. Yeah, we lost ours just.
Yes.
So the target was a Port Authority, I think the
Yeah.
Warren one is. It is
What is
not,
in Mechanical, is it not photovoltaic?
they're both not, one is different than the other.
Oh, really?
What, isn't the one at the old cinemas? That's.
Yeah, that's
Port
Port Authority, it stops there, and this is.
So Mechanical is different? Not photo- I don't know.
That's Port Authority.
That,
That is Port Authority.
that's, yeah, that's the one.
But one in Warrenville, the parking right up there, that you're talking about, that is, it's not Port Authority, it's someone else runs it.
Oh,
I think it's private company.
It's a private company, yeah, cause it goes there and it also goes and other stuff. But it doesn't run like throughout the day, it's
yeah.
4 times in the morning and then 4 times in the evening, people
Mostly
sit.
because in the morning.
Yep.
And this, we talked about the speed bumps, so why the Brandon Park Borough has no speed bump policy, with a particular reason, we can put the ordinance?
Yeah, because it's not necessarily that we don't have them. What happens is every time we get a bunch of folks that say, we really want a speed bump in our community, we put it in. And then they start hearing the boom, 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 and they want it out like 2 weeks later. And that's like historically documented in Franklin Park, that every time we have gone to the trouble of putting a speed bump in, because of the noise that they hear, they immediately want to remove the.
I had a request this week for a speed bump on Brent School Road.
So there's your, oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it's super hard on our heavy machinery, so imagine our dump trucks loaded and full of salt, we have to go over the speed bump. So it's hard on the plows, and then that doesn't fit into the frame, and then the suspension system's holding.
Plus all the people who would just gas and brake anything in the speed bumps, I don't think it just slows it down.
Emergency vehicles having to slow down.
Yeah, there's concerns about emergency vehicles. Yeah, but you've got 60,000 pounds.
Yeah, that's why no.
That's the problem. You know, like, it's come up before, and we've always heard the same history. I didn't know about the emergency vehicles and the heavy machinery, because the one was explained to me was the noise, the tire noise that you get when you run over them, that the community members decide almost immediately to have enough of it after about a week, so.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
no matter how much speedometer or awareness is good.
Yeah.
People don't stop.
Yeah.
The zoom through 50 mph.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This install more flashlight business.
Well, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just I think that can warn like people, to slow down.
That's all I have.
I'm good for today.
I'm good.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go for it.
So actually, me too. I feel so bad. I have so much sense.
Yeah, it's fine.
Really quickly, I know we did mention this before. As for parking overnight, is that allowed on like the roads? There's been some complaints because there's this family in the neighborhood across me. One of my friends, she was telling me about her dad complaining as for they have a lot of cars. I think they have 5 cars, and they're parked in front of like for sidewalk, but on both sides of the road. So it's kind of hard for them to get through, and it's overnight. I didn't know if that wasn't allowed, right?
It's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah, if somebody complained, the police would come in and. Wrote some they put like little warning tickets on, you can't be out there after 2 a.m. So,
Just ask them to call it.
Okay, what they've been doing, they've been putting like little letters or sticky notes on their windshield. It hasn't been working out, so, yeah, I will.
they can really just ask, too bad the chief's not.
Yeah, I mentioned it one time, it was brought up.
It happens in every neighborhood occasionally, it's always the
Yeah.
same problem, so.
Also, one of their parents is a doctor and she works like night shifts and even, like early morning, so she can't really get through sometimes without having to go wake them up and tell them to move their car, so it's very.
That can't happen, you can't do it.
So the cars have some issue with like emergency vehicles. And
Yeah, there's
I even
reason.
think about like sometimes my neighborhood gets plugged up and if I wanna take my boat
Yeah.
trailer out, I would have to decide what to do that, yeah.
I think also can come and.
Yeah, he'll take it
or
up.
something.
Yeah.
So,
And so, okay, and then the second thing was about the Franklin Inn. So I did talk to, you about this earlier. It's gonna be kind of repetitive, but it's just a clarification question. So, assuming that they were able to get the paperwork in on time, even though it's past the deadline, like, and everybody reviewed it, but then actually at the planning commission meeting, if they found any problems with it, do they like restart the process? Like, would they just have to wait until the July 21st deadline? Like,
So they won't restart the process because the planning commission won't recommend denial. Instead, they'll just table it, which then they would come back to their July planning commission meeting, which is why we were talking about how the scheduling is a little bit weird because usually the planning commission meetings fall before the council meetings. But I guess July is a weird month, so the way it times up, planning commission meets after borough council does. So that's why we discussed the possibility of a potential special meeting after that planning commission meeting, where this this council could get together and make a final decision. Because that's correct. If planning commission doesn't have a clean report, they don't make a recommendation to pass it up to council.
and would the Franklin and they know about if it was, like not a good report, I guess, what during the review process, or they find out like at the actual?
They get feedback before the actual meeting. So they receive a report from Tim, specifically who he does like a zoning report / building, kind of an ordinance report. And then our engineer also does a report if it's a land development or a subdivision. There are some applications where he doesn't do a report, for instance, if it's like use-based, because the engineer doesn't need to be involved, it's just a zoning report. But they receive copies of those reports in advance of the meeting. So usually they can start to address those items, and then have resubmitted materials. Sometimes if they resubmit those materials the day before and we aren't able to take action because we haven't had enough time to really have our engineer clear that they actually made all of those changes, or Tim clear that they've made all of those changes to the plans, but they are able to come and talk through those items with the planning commission members, which is really helpful because otherwise it kind of would like stall them another month. Instead, they're able to kind of talk through all of that feedback. And sometimes if the comments are minor and they've been addressed, or they can be addressed very easily, and they won't change the plan, the planning commission is able to make a recommendation subject to approval with those conditions. And then that way, by the time it makes it to council for final action, they can make those final adjustments. Like sometimes it's, we need to add a new clause to the plan, and it's really just like having their surveyor add some language. It's not add a sentence to a plan. It's not something that needs to come all the way back to planning commission.
Okay, yeah.
Just a couple quick things. I continue to have, questions from my friend in Fields of Nicholson about Deerfield Estates and stop signs and all of that. My understanding, Zach, from the chief, is that you and Aaron and, Tim are working on.
Yes,
Yeah.
4 of us are hearing it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that, because there's concerns that the stop signs that are there is just causing people to blow through and go through Fields of Nicholson instead. And so anyway, I understand that you're working on it,
Yeah.
and that's all I need.
Yep.
And I know I asked this question to somebody today. I did not write down an answer. Who is in charge of Brand School Road? Is it county, borough, state?
County.
County, okay, thank you. And just the only other thing is to report that, she did ask me, if he and Lieutenant was gonna get feedback regarding their presentation that they made to council. I talked to Uday and, you know, Chief is satisfied with the response.
What was the response? Right, there should know about that anyway.
Yeah, the. Sorry, I'll think.
Okay. All right, a couple things. I'm sure you guys saw the email. The ambulance authority was awarded the 2026 ambulance service of the year in Pennsylvania. We should probably do some sort of proclamation for that. And if they share anything on socials, we should probably share it as well, or maybe do something else. So congratulations to them. They were the 2026 Pennsylvania Ambulance Service of the Year.
That's good, large.
Yeah, for whatever.
Yeah, they
category
break it down by size.
they're in.
Repeat it.
Yes. Yeah, we should push something out if they, or we can just share whatever they did. For some of you, some of you I talked to about this already. So for the fire department, I know looking forward, we may be looking at financial changes, structural changes, or maybe just status quo. But whatever happens, I think it would be useful if we form, and again, this might be brief, we form some sort of committee with folks from the fire company, folks from the borough, so we can kind of move together collaboratively on that and have sort of a clear line of communication, whether that's a steering committee or advisory committee or whatever. I think that would be useful.
That's something I can also look into. That would involve like having an intermunicipal agreement where we do like a joint purpose agreement with the fire company.
Okay.
And designate that committee. Again, I'll just want to check the borough code to make sure that you have the authority to do so.
Okay. I think that's it, actually. Oh, I went to the HOG meeting a week ago, 2 weeks ago now. Not a whole lot of groundbreaking information, a lot more talk about salt.
Salt contract will be on the next meeting as well.
There you go.
Yes.
They got a grant for some new material or some new equipment for the compost site, which is great. And yes, and the old, I thought they got it already.
Yeah, we're fine right now.
Oh, okay. If they get it, then the old equipment, they will, it's not really worth anything to trade in, so they'll just put it on municipal and maybe some lucky person won't get to use that for their own use. They don't make equipment to fix that equipment anymore, so there's no use for them keeping it. They also said that managers asked for some sort of like comprehensive plan or strategic plan moving forward. So that's something that the manager is providing feedback on. I asked Lynn if, because I didn't realize there were so many HOG units and meetings, there's managers, there's public works, there's God knows what else. And I said to her, is there one, police chief, but is there one meeting with all of these groups at any point? She said no, but I think I may investigate that, because maybe even just like the last meeting of the year, it would be useful to have everything, because a lot of the time in our meetings, she's reporting to us
But somebody else did.
what happened in your meeting.
Yeah.
So, we'll see.
You did the Christmas party? Like the, yeah.
I don't know.
What?
What?
If you can.
Write that down. I've only hit 2 COG meetings so
Okay,
far,
yeah.
so. I don't know yet, but I'll report back. It may be a joint Christmas party.
I didn't say that, but it was.
Okay, and I think that is. Yeah, that's all I have.
Right.
Good.
Dinner. And if you have, do you have anything?
No, Max provided his solicitor report. Obviously, I'm happy to answer any questions about that. But we have 2 items for executive, so we can kind of do questions probably that anyways. It's probably.
Sounds good. Okay, all right, do we wanna, about the cheater? Candidate?
Are we gonna interview that last woman, or is she this young lady, or is she just out of the running?
I don't know, she has responded.
Okay.
When she contacted me this afternoon, she said, you know, her parents were not available to the emergency room with her brother. And I said, are you able to, you can join us on Zoom? She said, yes, that would be great.
Okay.
And so, like I said, we saw
Yeah,
he was on,
yeah.
and then Shawnee's reached out to her. I've emailed her. I don't know the circumstance, but
Yeah, guess that's all we can do. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so, that brings us down to 7 candidates. I don't think we've ever had this many.
we've had 7 before.
Oh,
We
we have?
never had 9.
I've got 9, yeah. This would be a record. So far, so, you can go around and you can tell me your top pick or your short list maybe, like. You can do ranked choice voting. I think I know how it works, what do you guys think?
Also work and, so the situation is that they can vote for my daughter or not?
No.
Okay.
I honestly would probably recommend you abstain from, the
Voting.
vote anyways.
Yeah. So that's.
Because I doubt you're recommending somebody else. You're in trouble. Yeah, you're my better off.
Okay. Do you wanna go first?
I mean, we're being all 7 on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rank them.
You have a top couple, top 2, top 1?
I would say, I'm gonna go with the number 1, the CD number 4. And the number 2 is Zaya Rana. Alright, so that's the top 2, maybe 3, I can go with another one,
Your top choice candidate, you'll see.
top 2, top 2, basically number 4 and number 9.
Your top 2 candidates are number 4 and number 9.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that enough?
Sophia, right, Sophia was number 4.
No, number 4.
No, Priscilla.
Priscilla.
I'm sorry, I didn't count the one that
Oh, we are going.
So
you were just counting.
removed off.
Oh, yeah, we're going back.
Sorry.
I didn't give you.
I'm going with this teaching, yeah, not the agenda item.
I just, if you can give me the first name,
Okay.
that just helps me.
All right.
I could have shared.
Priscilla.
And there's Zayatra.
Do you want to give a third?
Oh, yeah, I think this will be.
Just in case we.
All the number 6.
That's understood.
Oh, number 6 is basically
There you go.
Alina. Okay.
Okay, Curtis.
Yeah, I think I had 4 that really stood out to me. I like the new Beth. I was very impressed with her. I also like Priscilla. I like Sophia. And I like. I'd have a really hard time ranking them. You know.
Good 4.
I did that 4.
Who's your 4?
I had Anisha, I had Priscilla, I had Sophia, and I had.
Oh, we can go to. I don't know, that's what I'm asking, what are the?
I have a
how you
hard
go
time
ranking
narrowing
them?
it down further than that.
We can just start, and then there might be a common theme. I think that tends to happen, and then you might be able to narrow it down to like 2 or 3. and vote
Like when
on
we go
those.
around, there might be.
Yeah, I
one
think
person.
it'll probably narrow, or at least be able to remove some, so I don't, it won't be the final deciding factor, I don't think.
If you record, that's fine. Yeah.
The 4th I was Anita. The number 1, Anita.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll look into the various facts of the communities or face all this.
Yeah, definitely.
Figure how they can benefit for that.
And you are abstaining from the process.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably a good idea. Okay, all right. You wanna weigh in?
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, you can absolutely win.
I actually know all these people, so,
Oh, no.
yeah, I don't have to be necessarily,
You're not gonna vote, but you can weigh it.
Yeah. So I think based off the interview, I think is the least biased way for me to weigh in. I think Elena had one of the strongest, foundations for what she talked about. It was very, I don't know, it was very optimistic and it like, it looks like she was, if she's chosen, she seems like a great candidate for someone that's gonna do great things, especially here. Along with that, Anika looks like a pretty good candidate. I think she's pretty similar to me. So, well, yeah, I've known her since I was like 7. We do everything together. So, yeah, I do think she's a good candidate. I do also, I don't know Priscilla, but, from today, I do think she's a really good candidate. She also seems very good, but, my highlights are definitely Elena and Anika. Yeah.
I'll tell you who I put stars next to. Forgive me for pronunciation. The second one's Sridhar.
Yeah.
Sridhar. And Elena or Elena.
Oh, yeah.
And is it Zaya? Zia?
Yeah, Zaya.
And those were 3 that I was.
Okay.
You make any awards?
I was looking at, they're all outstanding.
Yes,
right? So,
yes.
no doubt, everyone would be great. But I was looking at who are the seniors, because the juniors can reapply next year.
That's true.
And is there someone who's a senior that I think would do a great job? And my top 2 would be Anika and Priscilla. I think they both are very well-spoken and confident. I think they both would, in addition to learning something, I think they would also bring something to the table. They all would, but those are mine.
You have any more?
I'm only on 2 for now.
No, that's great. It's each. Right.
I picked Sophia. I picked Elena. And I picked Joy.
Okay, so I ended up picking Anika and sorry, and yeah. I got you. All right, so on themes, if you had to rank for all people you picked, so do you rank it that way or?
Wait, do we have a leader at this point?
There's some common themes, let's see.
Did everybody say Priscilla?
Yeah, Priscilla.
Pretty high on the board.
Oh,
Actually, Elena looks like has 5.
Yeah,
As I say,
Elena,
Elena, Priscilla, and Anika have like probably the most.
Well, that's a good point, but, seniors will be much more preferred.
Yeah.
Juniors will be more opportunity.
Right.
That may be a good point to consider.
So
We-
Why the seniors will
We
be.
have less seniors because most people have on their application for college apps. Is that why?
My question was.
Yeah.
Because Shawnee was
Junior.
a junior, and were you talking to a lot of people and maybe?
Yeah, I actually,
More
well, I did
careers.
talk about this a lot.
Yeah.
Everywhere. I talked about this whole thing, a whole bunch. So I do just want to mention, I do appreciate the idea a lot of giving the juniors another chance, but I do think it's important that, maybe they'd be a little less available to do that because from what I know, at least senior year, at NA, the people that you guys are considering that are juniors have a lot on their plate already. And I think senior year would be flooded with college applications, which is right at the beginning of when this like junior council person term like kind of begins, right? You're applying for a bunch of colleges and stuff like that. So that could be something to take into consideration, but I don't think it's at all like a reason to get rid of one grade versus another.
Well, in terms of opportunity, looking at the.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Students
seniors
have
won't have-
opportunity.
Yeah, the seniors won't have.
That's the only
something to get.
Yeah.
That said, Priscilla and Anika.
Well, Anika, according to what I had, Elena and Anika had 5 votes, Priscilla had 4.
Yeah.
So we're down to Elena and Anika.
Yeah, again, come back to junior versus senior, getting as the rising junior, and I say the rising senior.
Yeah.
If you,
Well, I don't know if that's. Right.
Be.
Otherwise, why would we be offering it
Yeah.
to juniors?
Doesn't feel
well,
like fair.
no,
Yeah.
just.
Something to consider,
Yeah,
for sure.
consideration.
And our last two were juniors, they were junior, your prices were junior.
Can I ask something? The advisory council that is very up in the air that you guys were talking about earlier, if, say, assuming maybe if Anika didn't get picked, she could maybe be a part of that advisory council or still be involved with the borough somehow, right? Even though she's a senior. Because I know a concern is that they wouldn't be allowed to be running another year. And same thing for Elena, if she isn't picked, they could still be finding a way somehow to be involved, should there be not any legal restrictions.
I would say if there's no legal restrictions that we want to.
Oh, this would probably be the first pool of candidates you
Yeah.
talk to about making that committee board,
For
yeah.
sure, because they
were already
already,
taking
they already were interested and committed, so.
That was the choice idea.
Yeah, and it was, yeah.
I think you could probably have a committee size so that you could have all of, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say you could probably accommodate. giving all
You
these
grab
people
seniors and juniors, that way you collected classmates from both of those classes. Going to school.
And other schools too, definitely, because I know it's so much NA, which is not a bad thing,
Well, it's always dominant here.
yeah.
And we had one candidate that was. So,
who's not any?
Priscilla.
Yeah.
So, but is.
Priscilla's
Christian County.
Yeah.
Everyone else,
So we're down to Anika and.
Elena.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you might do a roll call, just like who
That
is
sounds
supposed to
good.
vote for who, and then hopefully you'll vote,
We're down to two.
you get one with most votes.
The championship.
Yeah.
Hopefully you'll get a tie, if you get a tie, then I don't know how to help you.
No, we're done here.
Is that like ranked voting, or is this different? Are we doing this differently than ranked voting?
Yes.
I mean, you just pick.
I think you just
You
pick
pick
one.
one, the only option is only pick one.
There's only two options. Pick
You
one.
did too. Pick one.
That's one. From 4 to 2.
I'm just messing.
Yeah, we get it. Okay. Fine.
No, I was to say, I wasn't keeping track, so I don't have.
They all sound very.
I was gonna say they will all bless it.
Yeah, that's what it's like.
No, don't do that. No, I bet Laura wouldn't like that. Put them all in a hat.
No, I'm not suggesting
Not
we
like
do that.
that.
I'm
No,
not suggesting we do that. I'm saying you can still have a strong
I'm
person.
saying they're so good, every one of them is,
I see.
yeah, that's.
You got
your
no
statement.
history on.
And I did want to.
They decided when they flipped a coin.
Okay,
So I would prefer not to go back down that road.
I will keep that in mind when we make different comments in the future.
Salty about it.
And I'm kind of the keeper of history, huh?
I think it turned out well.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Worked out great. So.
That was not the coin flip, whether any of those here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, but back to the second.
Yeah, so, should we go around?
Well, better.
Since we started with you, we can go clockwise. Brian.
I'll go with Manny.
Oh, Elena.
Oh.
Numbers fixing them.
That's okay.
You just got.
Now that we're down to two people, it's pretty easy to do the case.
So you do it one of each, so that's split. First.
This is Malcolm Water, right? Yeah.
Now you get to vote, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't
No.
vote. You really shouldn't vote.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't vote, yeah.
Even though the
opportunity to have daughters in Arizona.
Same for
Really has
the
to abstain.
process.
Oh, your daughter's not involved?
No,
It's not in the top three.
She's not one of these, not one of these
Yeah.
two final.
Oh, then you could go.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, you-
Sorry, I didn't know which one was your daughter.
Yeah, that first, I would have to go with Elena.
You can vote.
Yeah.
I'll go senior,
I'm sorry?
senior and,
We're only two candidates to choose from.
Oh, yeah. And we have Anika and Elena.
Yeah.
Which one?
Elika.
Anika, okay. What's the score so far?
Two.
I'm sorry?
Do I vote
Yeah.
or just if there's a tie?
You're voting.
No, you're ready. Oh, okay, then I go with Elena. All right. I hadn't asked you.
You should have written them down.
Actually, give me the point.
No, no. Out of the house.
It's not easy.
It is really not.
Yeah, it's not easy. They're all competitive.
So whichever one is the cheapest person, maybe like help around, the council.
Okay.
Waiting on back and forth.
I guess Elena. But honestly, I'd be happy with either one. I'd be thrilled with either one, but that's my official decision, that's me.
Which one is it?
Elena.
There you go.
You're
Brian?
I already put them in.
Alright, I voted for Anika, but Elena wins. By one vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so if it was tied, I was like.
It's fine.
I really have regular.
Keep the going.
Final,
No,
yeah,
you're good.
final, and I didn't study.
Okay.
Did you?
All the known employees was down again.
Oh, Kathy, can Kathy?
Can't get rid of it.
That was way harder than one. First 4 years.
The word, figures, one number.
Hearing none, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I was kind of intimidated.
That came out of this meeting is the idea of having like a group of these folks. that people can-
Quick look, I think it's probably feasible. Yeah,
Why not?
I'm gonna like really look at
I mean,
it.
What a great opportunity to have something.
I would think, you already indicated you were interested, so.
Be a great.
Leadership.
Well, necessarily have maximum of each one, right? Like you.
No.
Yeah. If we
You could.
create that committee.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's like,
Yeah.
Should we go to,
Have them find-
executive session?
Go to executive.